Underway here. All right, so I want to welcome everyone to the Webster Conservation Commission meeting on this really pleasant Monday, September 20th, 2021. Time is now 5:35. I'm going to call this meeting to order as the chairman. My name is Joey Wigglesworth, and I'm so glad to see many of our residents and professionals with us this evening. Before we get going here, I do have a short blurb that I have to read it for public notice here. So pursuant to Governor Baker's March 12th, 2020 order superseding certain provisions of the Open Meeting Law, GLC 30A, Section 18, and the Governor's June 16th, 2021 Act relative to extending COVID-19 measures adopted during the state of emergency. This meeting of the Webster Conservation Commission will be conducted via remote participation to the greatest extent possible on this platform of Zoom. The board will record the meeting for the purpose of note-taking. Anyone else wishing to record the meeting for personal use must notify the chairman in advance. So the first item here is meeting minutes for approval. We do not have any, so we can just move on to our public hearings, which are our notices of intent, also known as NOIs. And I'm going to call on Webster Lake Association for their Aquatic Plant Management Program in Webster Lake. This is continued from August 16th. And I believe we've got Dom from Solitude and Paul Fanboy representing the Webster Lake Association, and of course the peer reviewer Wendy Gendron from ARC. I want to welcome all of you to the meeting this evening, and I'm going to call on Dom to update us as to, I believe you sent out an email this afternoon.
Yes. Yeah, so I don't know, Mr. Chairman, do you want me to start off with a summary of the program, or?
Sure, why don't we do
Okay.
an overview, and then we'll get into some questions and any kind of input. We'll just kind of talk out through.
Sure. Well, this notice of intent is before the commission to continue a successful management program at Webster Lake. Since 2005 or 6, I believe, we've been conducting herbicide treatments as well as hydro raking at Webster Lake to manage aquatic plants. The real focus of the program has been managing non-native species. The lake currently has variable milfoil and fanwort, which are two very aggressive non-native invasive species. We also have seen more recently a couple of small areas of curly-leaf pondweed, which is a third invasive species. So very early on, right around the time the association was formed, the association also solicited input from other environmental professionals, including geosyntech consultants that did some of the initial plant surveys of the lake and helped start designing the management plan. But we've been basically conducting this program since 2006 pretty successfully. So the basic program has been conducting a survey of the lake, usually in late May, early June, identifying all the areas of these 3 non-native species, putting together a proposed treatment map, and then conducting that treatment with different types of herbicides depending on the species. And that treatment's typically done in mid-June. We follow up with a survey later in the summer to assess the success of the program and then kind of start the planning for next year. So in essence, we're planning to continue that program. It's been very successful. We've been able to keep the invasive species in check. Certainly not getting rid of them, unfortunately, but we are exploring and have been using different herbicides, which I'll get into a little bit later. The other aspect of this program is mechanical hydro raking. And the mechanical hydro rake has basically been used to address dense native species, usually lily pads, emergent species that are kind of encroaching on traditionally open water areas of the lake that kind of contribute to accelerated eutrophication in the lake and filling in of certain areas of the lake. And the hydro raking has been done both several kind of larger projects sponsored by the Webster Lake Association, and there's also been many private residents that have done some of these projects as well along their shorelines. We are filing this program as an ecological restoration project. We are managing, the reason for that is several. We are managing a non-native species. We are managing an overgrowth of native species and non-native species to slow the eutrophication process and with thinning some of that vegetation as well. This ultimately protects the habitat of the native species, slows the eutrophication of the lake, and can help improve the water quality. Specifically for the herbicides, we use US EPA, Massachusetts registered aquatic herbicides. They're all approved for use in lakes and ponds. We select the herbicides based on the types of plants. So for milfoil, we've been using the diquat herbicide. In this filing, we're also including the use of a newer herbicide called Procelicor. A newer herbicide called Procelicor, which is a more systemic product that we hope will be implemented and implemented in the program and provide longer term control of the milfoil. Fanwort we've been treating with the flumioxazin herbicide, and one of the trade names is Clipper, and as well as the fluoridone herbicide or Sonar. Those are the only two herbicides that really work on fanwort. So that's we also included a contingency copper algicides in the event that we start to see more frequent cyanobacteria blooms on the lake. We have not had to do that. We really don't expect to have to do that anytime soon. There's only been very small localized short-term blooms in the past. So, but we did want to include that in our toolbox in the program here, just so that we can present that to you for approval if it's needed. For those of you, we did, I don't want to get too deep down in the weeds, for lack of a better word, but we have done some work with the state to explore the use of the Clipper herbicide a little more in depth, and we've relieved some of the restrictions that the state had put on the use of the frequency of the use of Clipper. So we can talk a little bit about that if folks are interested. But let's see. I mean, the other, so those are the herbicides we're using. And there's a lot of information in the notice of intent about these herbicides. In terms of the hydro raking, again, the plan would be to do some projects as well as open up the residents for being able to contract for hydro raking. And any hydro raking project prior to implementation, we would put a specific plan together for the commission to review for any and all hydro raking projects. But ultimately, the program has been successful. We'd like to continue the program. And we need to, obviously the previous order of conditions was not renewed, and this is a good opportunity to kind of get a plan and get some back and forth again with the Conservation Commission. The Webster Lake Association really wants to work together. We had a great site meeting last week with a couple of the commissioners, and there's definitely a willingness for us all to work together. Obviously, Webster Lake is a hugely important water resource in town, and a water resource for folks from all over that come to use the lake. So there's a few more details I can go over in terms of the herbicides. We do also post the lake prior to the herbicide treatment, listing the water use restrictions. There actually are no water use restrictions in terms of recreation. Those on the labels for these products. So by label, we don't have to close the lake for swimming or boating, but we've just decided with the association that it's prudent practice because of the work going on that we would have the lake closed down to all uses for the day of the treatment. There are some other restrictions based on the herbicides on irrigation that are also posted there, usually most of the time about 5 days. And we also have to get a permit. Annually, we get a permit from the Mass DEP, which is called the License to Apply Chemicals, just listing the products and the amounts that we're planning to use. So, I mean, that's really a summary. I guess so a few things. Obviously, we had a peer review done, and we had some questions sent to us over the last few weeks from the commission. We prepared kind of responses to the questions and a response to the peer review, which was emailed out today, earlier today. Mr. Chairman, I'd be happy to do whatever you feel is appropriate at this point. If you want me to go through that, or if...
yeah, why don't you see how, I mean, it's all organized here for you. I mean, you can probably read the question and recite it off the top of your head rather than have read the resource, but yeah, if you would like to do that, Dom, and then if there's any specific questions regarding that question or that process,
Sure.
we can do it.
Okay, great. Well, I'll try to go through this quickly. It's a little bit long, but I don't want to take up too much of you folks' time. Do you want me to? Maybe I should share my screen so we can follow along. Would that be?
Sure.
Okay.
Mary, are you able to make him a co-host so share a screen? And just for the record, while you're doing that, I just want to state that the two commissioners that did go on a site visit with Vice President of Webster Lake Association, Paul, and Dominic from Solitude, that was Commissioner Dan Dudo and myself, had a very productive meeting with the two organizations that are leading this extensive aquatic management program. Again, which it's been going on for almost 20 years now. Paul, was that?
Well, 14 anyway.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, it's been going on for quite a while. So a lot of folks have probably been interested as to the processes that are going. Of course, Webster Lake Association gets a lot of questions from the residents, and so does the commission. So so with that, hopefully diving into some of the processes of what's going to happen in the next 5 years, your answers will be uncovered. So
Great. So we received 3 sets of questions. The first couple are on page 1 here. There was a question about some of the Appendix A, which is the Ecological Restoration Project form. We feel that the form was filled out correctly. There wasn't any specific questions that were brought up that they thought were missing or wrong. So I'm not sure where to go with that, but I believe that form has been filled out correctly. The second question from that first set was really regarding the hydro raking and exactly how that worked. There was some concern that residents weren't allowed, may not necessarily be allowed to contract for a hydro raking, but or in the plan. So as we talked about, the hydro raking really is considered kind of separate from the herbicide program. We do a survey in the early summer, a treatment, and then a post-treatment survey surrounding the herbicide treatments. The hydro raking is kind of one-time projects separate from the annual schedule there. So whether it's a project that the association has been developing or whether a resident wants to do some raking. But the Webster Lake Association, all residents can have the option to do hydro raking. They do not have to necessarily be members, but where the association holds or will hold this permit, this orders of conditions, I think it's reasonable. They expect to at least be notified about the work, and also just to make sure that the work is appropriate in terms of the overall lake management, so that that the resident understands we don't want to be raking milfoil and fanwort. That's treated. Raking can cause fragmentation and other problems. Make sure that their expectations are, hydro raking is not dredging. It's to remove vegetation, vegetative material, and root systems. So just it is available to all residents. Again, a plan would be provided to the commission to review for each hydro raking project.
So are you saying that if I'm a private citizen on the lake, I can ask you to hydro rake in front of my house, and that's a separate project?
It would be covered under the order of conditions, but it would be a kind of a one-time project. Yeah, it wouldn't really be part of our annual survey plans, looking for non-native species.
Dominic, I have a question, just a clarification, and this might be better directed at Paul. For any of the people that are interested in this, that are listening in, okay, we've made it clear that any resident on the lake could ask for the Webster Lake Association to look at their waterfront and see if hydro raking for some weed plants is feasible. So how do they do that? Where do they go to sign up? And when do they have to do that by?
Well, currently we don't have a program scheduled for Solitude or for anybody with a hydro rake to come to the lake. So when we do get enough interest where people are, you can go to the Webster Lake Association website, go to info there and send an email. And basically what we've done in the past is we've developed a list of 4 or 5 people. Once we get several people that are interested, we'll contact Solitude, try to set up a time frame that they would be available, and then put up a sign up sheet for anybody that might be interested to contact us. And basically we just do the groundwork, so we don't have to pay Solitude to go out there and do a survey at each location. We go out there, do a quick survey, just make sure there's no invasives there that would be, the fragmentation type, and go through those and make sure that that those sites are,
Would those residents have to do that before your spring survey or at any time afterwards?
They're completely unrelated. The
Okay.
survey is really the lake survey for the herbicide treatment. These small surveys for each location would just be to make sure that there's no invasives there, to make sure that they're available, that you could possibly do hydro raking there, because you don't want to do hydro raking where there's already invasives.
Okay, and probably the most important question to anybody that might be listening, do those individual property owners need to pay for that hydro raking on their property front?
Yeah, hydro raking is a completely separate issue from the weed treatment or from the lake management plan.
Right.
So if anybody wanted private raking done at their property, then there's an hourly fee for that, that we would, like I said, depending on how many people we got, we would negotiate with Solitude to get them down there. There's a mobilization fee. So we put all those things together into a program. So basically the way and as we discussed on the tour, Dan, we would say, all right, we have 5 or 6 people that want to do it. We'd go out and make sure we could do it. We'd work it out with Solitude. Then we go to you, file a plan, say, these are the 6 locations that we're thinking about hydro raking at. And then that would be our plan going forward. So all those financial aspects would all be worked out with the Lake Association prior to going to you or to this commission to get approval to do those.
All right, thank you, Paul.
So Dan sort of jumped the gun and went in a different direction than where I was headed. I'm trying to understand, when there's a discussion about hydro raking, is that the Lake Association and Solitude getting together, surveying for where they believe the most bang for the buck is for hydro raking, or is it purely driven by the residents on the lake?
Well, there's 2 parts to hydro raking. One is we had some larger programs where we're trying to control the natural plants from getting, moving out into the active area of the lake, where those projects were done, by the Lake Association, and those were larger projects that were done individually. Most of the hydro raking that's been done in the lake has been for individual lakefront homes.
Okay.
Any
now,
other
last-
specific? Could
yes.
you, Dominic, seeing how we're in the hydro raking, regiment, and I had alluded in discussion last week that, there's a lot of questions and concerns of how the process is done, how deep it goes.
Mhm.
Obviously it's not a dredging process.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
I could talk about that now. Sure.
Yeah.
So hydro raking is different from dredging. Dredging is the removal of lake sediment, so the fine grained muck that has accumulated on the bottom. Hydro raking is done, it's basically a floating backhoe. It's paddle wheel driven. It has a typical kind of backhoe arm on it, but at the end of that arm it's not a bucket. It's a York rake, so it's an open tine rake. So the hydro rake really is designed just to remove material that has still some structure there. So like lily pads, emergent vegetation, partially decayed vegetation on the bottom, leaves, that sort of thing. But in terms of digging in and getting down into the fine grained muck, I mean, the York rake does not hold that type of material. So that's really the distinguishing factor between dredging and hydro raking. Obviously removing some of that root system and some of that top layer of partially decayed plants can restore some water depth, but it's not, again, not really digging down into that old fine grained sediment to restore a larger degree of depth. It's just you will get some improvement in depth just by removing those plants and root systems.
So just to be clear again, Dominic, what you're saying, so people will understand, is that the hydro rake is not removing rocks or dirt, it's just removing basically vegetable matter.
Yes, vegetation. Yep,
Thank you.
that's correct. So that kind of answered the next question. Some of this person's question, I'm not sure who it was, but there was about a specific project that was done on the Wakefield Ave Cove. That was a hydro raking project conducted by Solitude.
There were 2. And was the commission informed of these two projects? Because I don't recall seeing anything.
Yeah, actually, one of the meetings that I was at, we actually told you that we were looking at that project and trying to get funding for it. We did receive funding for it. And
Wakefield Ave, I thought that was the Mark Ave cove.
it's the same cove.
No, it's not. No, Mark Ave is different from the Wakefield Ave. It's a much smaller cove on Wakefield. I understand the work that was done on Mark Ave, that we got all the paperwork, a presentation and everything, but there were two individual homes on Wakefield.
Oh, yeah, those were just individual homes, yes.
Yes,
Sorry.
but I thought, you see, I'm really confused because
We can't, I'm sorry, but we're talking about historical stuff and not talking about the NOI that we're filing to go forward.
oh, so you'll be doing
agree
no
with the
more
commission.
private work
Could
for hydro raking? Is that correct?
Our NOI going forward, we've already agreed on a process where the commission will be notified prior to any of those taking place. If they didn't happen in the past, I'm sorry for that, but I would prefer to move forward with the NOI questions as opposed to rehashing history that has nothing to do with our NOI going forward.
I'm sorry, but I'd like to understand the past so that we don't make the mistakes again in the future.
What, was there a mistake?
Well, I don't believe we were informed of the two Wakefield Ave hydro raking events.
Well, prior to your commission, there was a lot of hydro raking done under the existing NOI, where we went in the beginning of the year, we said we were going to have a program. We sent them the addresses and nobody ever took care of it. You've had a different opinion than the prior commission. So if that happened last year, again, I apologize for you not being informed, but it's not going to happen going forward. And we've already agreed on a process with Joe and Dan when we went out on that survey the other day, so that we know our process will be going forward.
I'm sorry, but just to make it clear, this is an open meeting and we as commissioners are not allowed to agree to anything outside of an open meeting. So Dan and Joey could have voiced their opinions, but there could be no agreement on a process.
I'm sorry to misstate, not an agreement, but we agreed to a process that we would put in this NOI going forward.
That comes a little bit later in the memo that we're reviewing right now. So if you
I also related to hydro raking. I believe, as we discussed this in the past, there was to be an outline of the process for preparing for launch sites. Paul, a lot like where we talked about when you launched over near Suckerbrook Cove and the way the launch site was set up and the spill kit and all of those parts. I didn't see that in the application or any of the addendum. Did I miss it or was it missed?
They were in the last communication. I don't know if they were actually within the NOI, but we can certainly make it a stipulation of your standard requirements going forward. And
I think we would need something similar for
that's
individual residences because it would be a different process. But I still do think it needs to be outlined what that staging process is.
And we did agree to it on the last hydro raking program that was done over in Pout Pond, and we did it, and it wasn't an issue. And we agreed to it then, and we'll agree to it going forward, that it's standard practice for Solitude anyway. So there's nothing unusual within those parameters. So if you want us to add it to it, we will.
Yeah,
we can add that as a special condition.
Right.
Yeah, we can.
But I'm expecting, so Joey, I just want to make it clear that I believe the staging will be different and should be different as a process for whether it's small scale or large scale, right? Because there's kind of two flavors to the hydro raking. One is a very small machine, one is a bigger machine, and the staging and everything has to be different.
Actually, the hydro rakes have all been the same. Every hydro raking program has used the same equipment.
I think we may have used the harvester as more of a transport barge at different points, I believe.
Yeah,
And
but
that would have been a launch point for something bigger, the harvester, versus the small thing that looks like a backhoe.
Actually, Don, do you have photographs of what these machines look like?
yeah, can we continue down because he has the link down below for the videos and everything of what?
Oh,
Yeah.
Oh, sure.
If we
Yeah.
finish
Yeah.
through the questions?
So just, I think we answered a lot of, there was a question about one of the links in the NOI to, was not working any longer. The one to the Mass GEIR on Lake and Pond Management in Massachusetts. So we provide that updated link there for the full GEIR as well as the practical guide, which you can just click on. There was a question about pictures of some of the weeds and the differences between invasive weeds and native species. So we provided a link here to the guide to aquatic plants in Massachusetts that was put together by Mass DCR. So there's a link there to be able to download that document, which provides pictures of like 25 or 30 different invasive and native plants common to Massachusetts.
Mary, that might be something we want to get on our website as well.
Yeah, it's a free PDF download. All of these items are here. And I guess this question, there was a question about examples of the mowing, harvesting, which we do not do on the lake, hydro raking, and I guess dredging as a comparison. So we have a number of videos on our Solitude's website, which I'm not sure if this is going to show up on your. So I mean, there's a number of different videos on our YouTube channel about all the different things that we do. Here's some of the hydro raking videos. Let's see if this actually works or not. Can you folks see that?
No.
You may need to click on it.
You guys can't see that?
No, we can see the,
Okay.
yeah, we can see the questions.
I think you
Okay,
need to maybe share your screen again and share the different window.
Yeah, okay. I think I got it.
There we go. So that arm is the hydro rake.
Yeah.
Picking
Yeah,
stuff
and
up.
this is a little different machine than we have in Massachusetts, but you can see the rake is a York rake attachment there. It has open tines on it.
Okay.
It's not a bucket. This particular one is a grapple York rake, so it has two. You can see obviously that's not going to pick up fine grain sediments is going to fall through that York rake.
Now, are there any questions from the board as to how that operation? Thank you. Any other questions on that operation?
I think I'm good.
Back to the questions. So there was a question about harvesting, why it wasn't used or considered. Well, we did consider it, but the easy answer to the harvesting is like a lawnmower for your lake. It's not appropriate for controlling non-native species like fanwort and milfoil, because those species do spread by fragmentation, and the harvesting inevitably creates fragments of the plant. So it's been shown over and over again that harvesting and mowing these types of species actually makes the infestation worse over the long term. So that was considered, but has not been implemented due to that fact. So there's questions about dissolved oxygen. So there's a lot of information, water quality information available on the Webster Lake Association. They have a really robust monitoring program that's all done by residents on the lake. And there's a lot of information there. Have we specifically done dissolved oxygen prior to and right after the treatments? Not to my knowledge. But we're managing typically well under 10% of the lake. Typically the treatment areas are range in size from 1 acre to maybe 10 acres. With those kind of fragmented treatment areas and lots of untreated water around it, we wouldn't typically be concerned with DO depression from the material that is killed off by the herbicides. In fact, and just to dispel this common misconception, the aquatic plants will grow until full biomass and die off at the end of the season without management. So what we're actually doing with management is we're catching or doing the treatments a little bit earlier in the season, earlier in the growth phase. So we're actually reducing the amount of biomass that would grow and die on an annual basis. So, I mean, ultimately, given the parameters of the treatments that we do at Webster Lake, we're not specifically concerned about dissolved oxygen depression in those areas. The last question regarding Clipper, which I alluded to at the beginning, we did a Clipper study where I think 7 areas of the lake were treated 3 years consecutively with Clipper. This year was the first non-treatment year for post-treatment monitoring. We have another year, 2022, which will be a second year of post-monitoring before a final report. We haven't done a specific interim report for the study, but all the data from that study every year has been included in our annual year-end reports, which I believe I'd be happy to send to the commission, but I believe they're also available on the Webster Lake Association's website. So the rest of the document really is a response to the peer review that was conducted by Aquatic Restoration Consulting. So basically, I mean, we've reviewed the document. We have really no issue with any of the items that were brought up or any of the suggestions. So we've really incorporated all of the suggestions, including the first one, just including an aquatic species list. This is based on a survey done by Water Resource Services in 2012, which was a full point intercept survey of Webster Lake. So it was a very detailed, comprehensive plant survey, a quantitative plant survey. So that species list is included here in this addendum. It also goes back and shows what the original survey from Geosyntec Consultants 2003, which species were there. So you can see that some that were in 2003 are not there now, but there's also some that are there now that were not there before. So, ultimately, so the 2012, about 6 years into the program, we had 32 total species observed in 2012 versus 35 species in 2003. So later on, one of the suggestions in the review report was that we repeat this kind of comprehensive survey once every 10 years. And I think we've incorporated doing that approximately every 10 years into this. Hydro raking that was suggested really because of some of the back and forth, some of the questions we received and some of the discussion at the site meeting, that we kind of revised it a little bit to be a little more detailed and accurate, distinguishing the hydro raking, what we'd be doing, what it does not do, does not dredge. Also goes in a little more detail exactly what the plan would be contain that would be provided to the commission. So at the bottom paragraph there, the plan will describe the proposed hydro raking, including the purpose, the area of work, launch, disposal description, so staging area, disposal description, which was just brought up, the anticipated type and amount of material removed, and pictures of the site will be at a minimum included in that report. Or not the report, the plan for that presented to the commission. The monitoring and reporting, so it was suggested that although the full-blown detailed quantitative survey would only be done once every 10 years, that we establish a minimum of 40 points, that we do collect quantitative data every year during the fall survey. And I think that's a great idea. It allows us to track those repeatable data points on an annual basis and be able to analyze that data. So I think that was a great idea, and definitely we'll be doing that moving forward. So that's incorporated into the plan. That data would be provided in the year-end report, which is completed and submitted to the association and the commission on an annual basis. Basically describes all the activities, all the maps, all the data collected for that year's program. So I think that's that really kind of reviews that addendum document.
Okay. I want to thank you, Dominic, for going through these questions with us. The time, a busy schedule to do a site visit on the lake with Daniel and myself last week, and it was really great as someone that does not live on the lake and go out on the lake often, to actually get out there and have you cover certain aspects of different areas that have been target areas for the or at least for Dan and myself, and to kind of get a better idea and to obviously talk and communicate. And Paul, you gave a lot of great input and feedback, and I have to say, it's really a very intensive and large program that WLA runs, and it's impressive. And as a resident and someone that does environmental science for a living, I want to thank you. So of course, I'm not speaking for everyone, but getting a better understanding of how these processes are done, and exactly what each chemical does, and when it's used, and talking about some of the kind of background stuff that we see as a commission when we're out collecting information sites, and we just see it, and it gives a better understanding, and I hope that in the future, all of us can get out there. I know many of you are lake residents, and you understand what's going on, but it was definitely a good get together. So as far as one of the things, Michelle, that you were starting to kind of slide into was the understanding, I think, as a whole, the process and how it's going to, what we're going to put in the conditions, so that the communication between WLA and the commission, number one, is better. The reporting is better, and if we see something going on, we're not wondering, was that part of the filing? Are things being, you know, um, colored outside the boundaries, which, as we all know, often, you get a different worker on a site, and sometimes things can get out of the bounds of what we agreed upon. With that said, I want to give Wendy a chance to introduce herself, to talk about some of the points that she put in her report, so that the public knows exactly where things are at, as Wendy was hired as an independent reviewer. She is the owner of Aquatic Consulting. And I would like to give you a chance, Wendy, to talk about some of the things that you observed in the filing as a whole. So thank you for coming, Wendy.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, board, for having me review this NOI. It was a pleasure going out to the lake. I hadn't been on it before. I have to say that it was a lot larger than I had in my mind, and I was pleasantly surprised at how many natural areas the lake has that are really undeveloped. And I believe the Webster Lake Association, together with Solitude, tries to preserve those areas, and those areas are not treated or hydro-raked to keep them in a natural state. So that is greatly appreciated. That's probably the number one thing that I look out for when I go onto lakes, to make sure there is reserved habitat areas for fish, for wildlife, for macroinvertebrates, everything in that chain of ecosystem in the aquatic world. So it was really a pleasure to see that there. I really wasn't expecting it. So I was really happy to see that. Dominic did a really good job going over my major comments, so I won't really repeat them, but they did incorporate the whole purpose and the intent of all of my comments. So I was pleased to see that. Excuse me, and also pleased to see that they agreed to the 40 static points that were repeated every year. I think that's really important, so you can watch what happens at certain areas. Now, granted, it's biology, so everything changes, and I wouldn't be surprised if species come and go year to year, but in general, you're looking for massive shifts over time, and you're not going to see that unless you really drill down into the data and collect some semi-quantitative points. And I think in the past, we've been focused, and rightfully so, on removing the non-native species, but we also need to understand what's happening to the native species out there to ensure whether it's climate change or treatments or just regular activity, that we're not seeing a decline in native species over time, because that's really what's going to support the entire ecosystem out there. So I do want to acknowledge Dominic and the Webster Lake Association for the fine work that they've done to preserve those areas, as well as incorporate new ideas into the future to preserve those areas. So thank you. So yeah, I think that was adding the comprehensive survey. I also believe that is it's a time intensive and an expensive endeavor. So I was really thrilled to see that they incorporated that. That's going to help you see major shifts. I think that survey they did was almost 300 survey points. So that is a very, very long day of survey work. And then you have about twice that amount of hours analyzing those data. So I was really thrilled to see that. So thank you very much for that. Other than that, I think their plan is solid. They went through a decent alternatives analysis in their NOI. I think fanwort is probably one of the hardest species out there to manage. So it's unfortunate that the lake has it, and it's unfortunate that the distribution of it has grown over time. But I think Dominic is being, and his team at Solitude is being creative and trying out the new herbicides and doing it in a scientific manner, where they're going out there and analyzing some points and seeing what works and what doesn't, and adaptively manage going forward. So that's, as a scientist, that's always what we want to see. And it's great that the Webster Lake Association is affording and spending the funds in order to do that. That's all I have, unless folks have any questions directly for me. Thank you.
Do any of the commissioners have questions for Wendy specifically?
I do not.
Michelle, do you have anything?
I don't know if it's specific to Wendy, but I was curious about whether there are exclusions in the areas that can be treated and how or if that relates to any of the HSP stuff. So I'm not sure how it all ties together.
Well, one thing that we did review when we were out there, and Dominic, you could probably speak to this a little bit better, and I just want to mention that we did observe many areas, even though this is a fairly built out, resource area. We did see a lot of very nice preserved areas that have not necessarily been touched by the hydro raking and the chemical application. And I think the idea that we discussed was that we could possibly consider mutually agreed upon areas that will be kept, hopefully kept preserved and sort of allow the ecosystem to remain intact in certain areas. So,
Yeah, so specifically, and Paul, let me know if I missed any, but the big areas that we don't touch is the wetland area in Bates Cove and South Pond. Also in South Pond, lower Cedar Cove. If any folks have been down there, there's a little island, and then behind there, we haven't done any work out in that area. The other big area is in the North Pond by the outlet. So to the left of the Memorial Beach boat ramp, that basin there that leads to the outlet structure is not managed as well. There's also a small area near the town wells that we also are required to stay away from in terms of the treatments. You have to stay a certain distance away from those as well. And I don't know if I missed any, Paul. I think those are the big ones.
Yeah, I think that's it. And really, he was talking about the wells. Those are the zone 1 influence areas from the public supply wells, which are off limits for everything. So.
And just so everyone knows, that area is over next to Beacon Park. Is that?
Yeah, Beacon Park to the beach, basically.
Yeah. So that entire area over there, and observing these systems, as I call them, I personally observed a lot of native vegetation, a lot of native wildlife, and it would be really great to continue to have those areas remain undeveloped, and as we talked, sort of conserving and preserving so that the system overall can do its natural thing.
Do any of those relate directly to the rare habitat and protected habitat?
We did talk about that area. There is an area, I believe there's 1 or 2 areas, Dominic, I don't know if you looked at the new atlas from Natural Heritage Endangered Species. And there's 2 sort of circular arc areas where we've got bald eagle habitat. And then I believe up near Club Pond area, which is essentially the main inlet for the lake. Area is got turtle and salmon. So those areas we talked about, and those will remain untouched.
Ram goes 2-0. 49ers dig in.
Any other specific questions, folks?
Yeah,
Commissioners?
Is there a season for hydro raking, or can hydro raking take place at any season without concern for any wildlife.
Yeah, we typically, the hydrating can be conducted anytime between, as long as there's no ice on the lake. So it can be done spring, summer, fall.
And there's no impact to any, I don't know, fish, turtles, anything?
No, typically the hydrating areas are pretty small. The critters move out of the way. Certainly the fish, if we do capture any, we typically, the operators will stop, and if it's like a turtle, they'll go out and pick it off the pile and put it back in the water. So.
Commissioners, any other specific questions?
Just a quick one for Paul. I think maybe the last 2 years ago, you had an issue with where to get rid of the material that was removed by the hydro. Is that an ongoing issue, or is that something you're able to take care of?
Well, we used a couple of years ago when we were doing that larger project at the inlet area there.
Yeah.
And we were disposing of it in the town's disposal area where they were putting it on with the leaves and stuff. And we kind of ran out of space, and that was an issue. But there was a farmer that took it for basically composting with the rest of his compost stuff, and that's where it ended up going.
Okay,
But
I guess
it hasn't been too big of an issue as far as we rarely take out enough that's it's going to be an issue. That was one of those larger projects where the volume actually got pretty substantial.
Thank you.
All right, thanks, Dan. Michelle. I know that it is it's the question of the hour. Is there anything that we can communicate to all of our residents and guests in our town? Anything that we can collectively do to help sort of, I mean, you're never going to be able to stop, unfortunately, all out the invasives, but to help sort of stifle it a bit. I know that one of the ideas was a boat wash, launch area. That has been discussed in town on different forums and various different avenues. I mean, are there some best practices that we can get out there?
I think one of the things, boat washes are great, and we had this discussion the other night when we were together. Boat washes are awesome. They do a great job, and they do. The problem with them are if they're voluntary, people don't use them. And in order to have a boat wash that's successful, it really needs to be manned. And the hours that would be, it would be really difficult to do. And that's one of the problems we had in looking at the boat wash. I know I was on the town beach committee when we looked at all the options there, and putting in a boat wash there was part of that beach development, which would be a great idea. And again, it's only as good as what people use, and trying to mandate people to do stuff like that is good. Other than that, I think we're really fortunate in the fact that the lake is fully sewered. So some of the real bad stuff is already taken care of. Am I missing anything, Dominic?
No, I mean, I believe the signage up at both of the boat ramps as well as they could work, but obviously we don't want to see any additional invasive species get into the lake. So I mean, we're always on the lookout for that. I'm sure many of the association members are also out there, but diligence and vigilance are the best ways to keep those out of the lake. So, and if they do get in the lake, finding them quickly is the best situation.
Okay. So, we're thinking that a boat wash eventually probably wouldn't be something, down the road potentially.
Wouldn't that be the town that we could work with the town? Is that necessary, the Lake Association? I think it should be all hands on deck to see if that's a possibility.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just, I know that this is something that's been brought up, and I know many
Right,
communities
yeah.
which that I work in with, one of the best things is to continue to sort of arm the public and with knowledge. And you see one of those things, I guess, where you see something different that doesn't necessarily look, normal, like, look it up, and find out if it potentially is, as they call them, in DCR for a while, hitchhikers. Because there are, I mean, as we all know, there are boats that enter the lake, not through gated areas. And, that tends to be an issue when you have foreign boats coming into the lake. And we discussed that the other night too, which thank you very much. Commissioners, we had talked about sort of ways, that we could help, obviously this large vast body of water. And, something that we do on every project, obviously, is maintaining erosion sediment control. That's a huge part, and the other thing is trying to have that natural barrier between the bank and any kind of development. Anyone that's on the line now with us is limiting fertilizers. That's another way to help the situation. Now, are there any specific continuous hotspots that you find?
That's a man's voice. Can you believe that?
Wow, thanks. Dominic, any specific hotspots?
You mean hotspots in the lake?
Yeah, you consistently have to go, but you're going back to that kind of same area.
Yeah, so surprisingly, there's a lot of that. One of the reasons we were looking into implementing the Procelicor herbicide is that we're hoping to provide 3+ years of control of milfoil, whereas the typical diquat treatments that we had been doing in the past typically provided seasonal control only. So I mean, we are going back to many of the same areas. So if you look back in some of the year-end reports, you'll see that a lot of times there's many of the areas are on the map pretty much every year. And certainly the fanwort has been a challenge finding a good enough product for that. The Clipper study, unfortunately, we had hopes that would show kind of an increasing or cumulative effect over 3 years, but unfortunately that didn't really pan out. So we're back to looking at the Sonar fluoridone herbicide, which is the only other one that works and is systemic, but as we talked about on the site visit, it's very difficult to implement effectively because of the long contact time that's needed with the plant. So but yeah, you definitely, if you look back at the maps, you'll see quite a few spots that come back every year. I mean, the marinas, certainly some of the cove areas, Suckerbrook Cove, Cedar Cove, Bates Cove always seem to come back. Maple Road Cove. I mean,
okay. All right, commissioners, any additional questions, comments?
No.
Okay,
Not from me.
okay.
I guess, Joey, I had a question about
Yes.
the individual homeowner kind of shoreline clearings. So when we're given notice about it, is that just with the assumption that we'll rubber stamp it, or is there going to be any review of those individual shoreline treatment areas? Because it seems like at least a few in the past, it's been a large amount of clearing. We're actually clearing some of the wetland. And so that was just a question I had about how that process was going to work.
Yeah, the Lake Association committed to better information. I think Mr. LaFramboise really put it well with the past, Joey, you and Michelle and many of the others commissioners have basically said that things change. In the past, they were rubber stamped. And that was when the Lake Association began. That's changed. And it's good that it changed, that we're looking more into details of it's a different day with the environment. But so to use a pun, I don't know why we dredge up the past. Okay, how you like that, Dominic? Okay. Right. But they've committed that there's going to be a lot more information, a lot better communication. And that's going to be, so I think, if we could, because the home thing might be just something that we would be more careful, the Lake Associate would be more careful with, to make sure that there's communication with when the hydro raking or whatever word is appropriate, that we communicate better with the Conservation Commission when things are added on to it. Like I said,
yeah, I think the process that we outlined the other night, Joe, would make sense, where basically annually we go out and do or Solitude does a survey at some point as close to the treatment time as possible. We would issue the map, get you the information so that you can see it. You can get it on your website. We'd issue it. We'd get all the postings that are required done. That's the treatment area. So, and then on any of these hydro raking projects, we'd come in with a plan with each one of those locations. You'd have a chance to review it. Those aren't as time sensitive as the chemical treatments. So we can get them into you. You can review them at your regular meeting. So it's not anything special that would be needed. And then we get those back. And if you saw an area where you thought there might be an issue, you can review it, and we can modify those areas as required. So I think that in the future, I think we've all realized that this project is not a one-man show. It's not just the Webster Lake Association. It's not just the Conservation Commission. It's not, it's not just the health department. It's everybody working together, from the harbor master to the fire department to the Conservation Commission, the Webster Lake Association, and all those contractors. And I think if we do a better job in communicating, we won't have the issues that we've had in the past. And I think that everybody here is committed to that. So I think that if we move forward with this NOI the way it was modified tonight, and you want to incorporate those couple of special stipulations as far as your setup areas and so forth that we all agreed to before anyway, as a special stipulation to those, I think we'll be fine going forward.
Yeah. And I can verify Paul is a man of his word. So I don't think there's much more discussion that we should have.
Well, I think it's very uncomfortable that individual residents are influencing where hydro raking is happening. I can't help but think it's an uncomfortable approach, as opposed to the very scientific approach that Webster Lake Association has had in the past. Right? We've always had a very open dialogue of why these are the treatment areas, why things need to be fixed here. And this influence of an individual homeowner makes me very uncomfortable.
But we just said that wasn't going to be done anymore.
No, we didn't say that. We said individual homeowners can approach the Webster Lake Association and ask to have hydro raking in front of their house.
Right.
And that would have to be assessed. That would have to be assessed.
Excuse me, Michelle, we also said that if a homeowner comes to the Lake Association who holds the NOI, we'll do a review and see if it fits in with the criteria that's typically done. And I think that that's our first responsibility to do, we're not going to do something that's detrimental to the watershed area. I mean, that's crazy. But if we proceed with the policy that we talked about, we would submit those areas to the commission prior to doing them. You would have a chance to review them, even go out there on a site visit. You can do whatever you want to do and then get back to us as long as it's, I mean, hydro raking is not time critical. The weed treatments, the chemical stuff is more time sensitive because we try to do the survey as close to the treatment time as possible, right, Dominic? And maybe you can explain why.
Well, I understand all that. I guess here's the part that's hard to grasp. Homeowner at 123 Bates Point wants hydro raking. Well, I believe that you'll go out and look at it and say, yep, it's reasonable to hydro rake 123 Bates Point. But how does that make the neighbors on either side not good enough areas to hydro rake? So that's the part I'm having trouble with. It's different to me if the Webster Lake Association Solitude as an organization review the lake, see the problems, identify them, offer solutions. It's harder when you come down to the first house wants to hydro rake and they need hydro raking in front of their house, but their neighbors on either side don't. Do you understand what I'm?
Well, that was something that we
I really
actually
don't.
talked about, Michelle, was that typically, when there's one resident, they don't just go in and do that, if it's a 20-foot wide front, I mean, they'll go in that general area, and if there is a problem there, they'll look at both sides, and if it requires going a little outside those boundaries, and I'm sure, Paul, you tend to find that you end up with sort of small chunks where you get 3 in a row or 4 in a row.
Typically
two.
what happens, because most of the waterfronts are so small on the lake where it has been developed in these 50-foot lots, that typically you will see 4 or 5 neighbors will get together and then do that area. But it's very rare that you would see one person do like just 50 feet in front of their house and nothing around it. It has happened in the past, but I mean, that's a homeowner's prerogative, I guess. If he has weeds in front of his house and they're encroaching on his ability to use the lake, then if they want to pay for it and the neighbor doesn't want to pay for it, I mean, you're never going to get away from that.
And I think one of the best active, just one second, Karen. Probably one of the best things that I saw, and it was actually really nice, was over next to Sucker Brook, and we saw Gloria out in the water. And you had talked about that screen method that home is doing. And, I think that is excellent. Unfortunately, that is an area that needs hydro raking every few years, as we know, with all the the weeds in there. Well, it's actually needed, but all of the lilies. I mean, it just gets crazy in there. Now, I think probably the best person to ask as an independent reviewer, Wendy, do you have a comment on individual residents doing, asking for this?
So an individual resident could ask for hydro raking to the Conservation Commission. We're just using the Webster Lake Association notice of intent to streamline process, right?
I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now? Is this better?
Yeah, that's a little bit better. Yep.
Hold on a second. Let me do this. Sorry, I'm in a rental place that has very poor Wi-Fi, so I'm trying to call in at the same time. Hopefully this is better. So I have to believe that everyone here is being honest, right, from an honest standpoint. And from what it sounds like, the Webster Lake Association will go, or a resident that comes to them, they would evaluate the process. They would evaluate, okay, are they looking for removal of fanwort or milfoil or something that makes the situation worse by hydro raking. I believe that they would turn them down in that regard. The areas that I saw when we were on that site visit were lilies and water shield or Brezenia. And those areas, those plants have a lot of root mass, and then they have floating leaves, and that's really problematic in front of the house. Now, if this lake was stripped of all of the native habitat, I would say I'd look a little bit more closely at this, like maybe this house shouldn't remove it, and maybe this should move. But there are so many areas in this lake that are left native that have a lot of refuge. Houses have been here for quite some time. If a house were to be put up and they wanted to hydro rake, I might look at a little bit the open to get the boat in and out. It's kind of what we're talking about here. We're massive lily pad roots and biomass that get removed. And if those were to remain, eventually that homeowner would never get access to open water habitat. So it's kind of a preventive measure more than a destruction of an existing habitat. So that's kind of how I see it when I was out there on the lake. Whether one homeowner does or another becomes a more of an economics thing than a nature-based choice. I don't know how to solve that. Whether that's people all pool into the Webster Lake Association, and they do certain zones certain years, and other years they'll move over to another zone or something like that. That could be an idea. But I don't know how to get away with it. It really isn't the responsibility for the town or for Webster Lake Association to pay for one individual homeowner versus another. So I do believe economics is playing into this. I cannot really comment on that. I hope that helps.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to see if there was any kind of input from you as to this approach of having residents, requesting hydro raking in front of their house. So.
Yeah, and certainly if I could just add that, after the review, and I did put in my review that the importance of woody debris and other habitat structures that are not just these root masses, that those should be looked at a little bit more closely to make sure that people aren't removing very high value habitat. And I do believe that Solitude has answered that and put that in his in Dominic's response, that they do understand the value of woody debris and that type of habitat. So I'm left to believe that they would look at each area individual and make a scientific justification.
Yeah. All right. Karen, I think you were gonna comment, or you had a question?
Yeah, thank you. I'm just trying to understand quite simply the answer to the question that Michelle is raising, going back and forth with Paul. Okay. The way that I'm interpreting it is that, if a homeowner feels like they need an area hydro raked in front of their property, they have the freedom to ask. I guess the question that I have is if they have an area in front of their home that needs to be hydro raked, why wasn't that identified as part of the study?
Oh, Paul, you're on mute.
It may have been identified in the study, and in that case, we would have looked at it and said, there's invasives here, and you can't hydro rake in front of your house. If it was not identified within that survey earlier in the year, then there's a possibility that you could. We'd go out and physically look at it before we even contacted Solitude, so we wouldn't waste money tracking things down and then having them show up and say, well, we can't do this area anyway.
All right, so is it fair to say that when it's decided what areas get hydro raked, you look at 100% of the water line?
Oh yeah, of course.
Okay. All right, so
We-
I guess I'm
we would do
confused then. Why would they not have been identified as part of the process then?
I think there's some confusion here still. I mean, the
Yeah.
surveys that we do is just for the non-native species, and that's where the treatments are designed to manage the non-native species. So the hydro raking is, as we've been talking about, for encroaching areas, filling in areas with native species, typically, floating leaf species, maybe some grasses. So we're not surveying the whole lake for those areas. I mean, there's a number of those areas. So we're not really looking to address all of those areas. I mean, so it really depends on whether the resident wants to address those areas and fund that project.
Okay, so then it's fair to say that you can also hydro rake native species. Because I thought I read that that wasn't encouraged or looked forward to. So maybe I just misinterpreted something, or?
We wouldn't, the hydro raking is not for, we would not use hydro raking for non-native species because of the fragmentation issue. So,
Okay, so then I'm not clear then what you just said. I'm sorry for being persistent, but I'm not clear on what you just said, because if it was for non-native invasive, then it would be hydro raked, and therefore they should have been on the study. But what you
no.
said, I thought, was
No.
if it's native and they happen to want it anyways, they're free to request. Did I get that wrong?
Karen, sometimes
So-
when people see that a place near them is being hydro raked, part of the study, part of the research, or we've asked grants for the Lake Association, I mean, put it in the first person, have asked grants for, they know what's happening, or they see the equipment. And as Dan had pointed out earlier, some homes have, I'll call it muck or vegetation, and they just would like that removed, and they're willing to pay for it. But it may not necessarily be invasive or non-invasive. They want their area cleaned. So I don't know how, yeah, okay.
Okay, so you're free to do that, and it's not detrimental to the
Well,
lake.
now the process is going to be, and I know the people involved on both sides, it's just so much better communication that if there's a practice, we'll use the one that's already at Maple Cove, or, okay, and someone does see that individually. Okay, that wasn't on the study. The Lake Association has now agreed. Joe Smith has requested this. They're going to bring it to the conservation and say, in addition to this, we've gotten this request. It seems okay to us. And now could you go check that out to make sure it's okay? They're willing to expend the money to get their individual front cleared.
Okay.
Okay, is that clear?
That's-
Okay.
So
That's
every
clearer,
year,
thank you.
every
Okay.
year, they're gonna come to us with their plan, and here are some, individual areas that will be done. And it's sort of that, the chemical application for the year that, they're planning in the spring. They will bring that to us, and then, they're saying, hey, these are the areas that we're treating in the spring. And then as the summer goes on, or the season goes on, these are individual homes that we're going to be tackling. And as Paul mentioned, it's not as critical with the chemical as it is with hydro raking. We can, if the commission discusses the hydro raking, there's a certain time that they have to hit it with chemical. So that's why, we can sort of discuss and take our time with looking at the different properties and looking at a map. So that was what was explained earlier. And the hydro raking, if you've been paying close attention to Dominic, is that they're looking to go after the natives that are becoming invasive. And that is, a great example are the lily pads. They can become a detriment to a system. So.
Basically, they're saying, while you're here, will you look, like when you call the plumber, or while you're here, will you take a look at this?
Yeah.
Okay, the Lake Solitude, the Lake Association will, if it's okay with them, the commitment the change of commitment is that those fringes who come in and say, gee, I want mine done too, the commitment is that they go to the conservation and let them know these individual people want theirs as well.
Yeah, and we'll review them. And if we want to look at each individual property, or perhaps, when the Webster Lake Association gives us this, here's a list of the additionals. You know, maybe they could cite, you know, we're seeing this in this area, we're seeing that in that area. And, you know, the commission knows, and it helps also with our identification too. Now we're seeing oil here, we're seeing fan ward here, we're seeing, you know, something else in another area. So
And there's not hydro raking every year, but there was no hydro raking done this year.
yeah,
So
Yeah, so it may not necessarily all happen it wouldn't all happen at once. We wouldn't necessarily include hydro raking when we present the treatment plan. It's very likely to happen separately with
Yeah,
the hydro
but
raking.
it's still, you know, as we've all mentioned now, and Robin is bringing up, is that, you know, the organization WLA is going to bring this to us now, or send this over to Mary, and we'll put it on our agenda as a discussion item. We can put it on a site visit, check it out, get back to WLA and say, all right, we've just got questions on these specific areas, why they're being taken care of, and in an effort to kind of have both organizations, you know, one being us, which is regulators, and then the stewards, which are, you know, the Solitude and WLA, working together. And, you know, I mean, if we're seeing anything on our end, we should be letting WLA know too, or check and, you know, see if this is a treatment area, and at least, you know, because obviously, you know, this is a multi-person effort, and, you know, one person can't be everywhere on the lake. You know, I mean, it's vast when you really start getting into it.
So just to make it very clean for Karen,
Yes,
right? Hydro raking is for natives. Chemical treatment is for non-natives. And the plan that the Webster Lake Association and Solitude keep referring to is generally for the chemical treatment, although occasionally we will see a hydro raking plan.
yes,
Yes.
probably their hydro raking years.
I just wanted to make sure we got it very straight and clear
Yep.
so Karen gets it and it doesn't get lost in everything else.
Yes. All right, so with that, commissioners, any more specific questions regarding this application?
We're waiting for NEHSP, right? Something from them?
I was actually just gonna, as I brought that up, I actually looked down and had a question for Dominic as to
Yeah.
where.
I have not seen that letter come back yet, so I will reach out to see what's going on. I think they Mary, do you remember when we officially submitted the NOI for this? Do you remember what the date was?
13th of June? Was it
It's been
June?
at least a month.
Yeah, okay.
Like 5 or 6 weeks probably. So
Yeah.
they should be done by now, I would think.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I will check on that.
No, July something.
Yeah, it's definitely been more than a month, and typically
Yeah,
they try
it
to
was
do
in
30
July.
days.
Yeah, it
Well,
was in July.
I'm seeing the paperwork here signed as 4/27.
I don't think so. Do you?
Yeah, I saw the NOI was signed by Jason Pieter.
Yeah.
for-
On
Yeah.
4/27, so,
Oh,
yep. It's in the paperwork.
Well, there was, we started putting it together, then there was some questions about who was
Oh,
gonna
yeah.
do the abutter notifications, and
Right.
there was a lot of things
Yep.
that slowed the process down on our end, but.
Thank the town. Thank you, town.
As
for doing
far,
this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes. As far as for your other permits, if we could just get those on file, you know,
Mm.
as soon as you've got them, obviously between now and when you start your season.
Yep, so we get a
So-
new one every year, so we can submit that with either before or with the map. treatment map for that year.
Fantastic. All right, so with that said, if the commission, if commissioners do not have any other comments, questions, I'm going to open this up to the public for any comments or questions. Anything, commissioners?
Good.
All right, with that, I'm going to open this hearing, this public hearing for Webster Aquatic Invasive Management Plan. Public, if anyone has questions or comments. You can type in or type it into the chat box, which you'll find on the bottom, or raise your hand feature, which you'll find near the chat box. And we don't have several people unmuting all at the same time. Mary, any questions filtering in?
Not that I can see. You guys did such a thorough job. They probably are all
We did,
satisfied.
yeah, actually. I think everyone should understand the difference between hydro and chemical application.
Well, could I just ask a question?
Sure, can I ask who's asking the question?
Yes, this is Carolyn Cedar.
Okay, hi Carolyn.
Hi, and
Sure.
you know, I own some property at the very end of South Pond.
Okay,
So I just have a couple of questions. So concerning the hydro raking, if someone does request hydro raking, so a couple of questions. So does that project have to go before the commission for approval?
Yeah,
And can it be turned down?
yes.
yes.
Okay.
Well, I think the first thing is you would apply through the Webster Lake Association. They would come and look at your particular situation and determine whether what you're asking is reasonable given what they see in the water in front of your property.
Okay. And if someone does request hydro raking for their property, like, are there dimensions, like how far out into the lake do you go?
So that would, I mean, you can request for your particular area. A lot of times it will depend on how far or how the depth is in your area, how far out you actually have plants or have areas that you want to address. So it would be on a case-by-case basis.
Is there like a limit?
Not specifically, no. I would say, typically the types of plants that we would be looking to hydro rake are gonna be generally growing in probably 6 feet or less of water. So if you start getting out a little further than that, you probably wouldn't need to go out much further than 6 feet of depth from your shoreline.
But there's no limit on how far out foot-wise, like the 20 feet?
Would it be the property, like the 20 feet or 25 feet that fishermen can come in on? Is that, I don't know, Caroline, that's a very good question.
No, I don't think there's any specific limit how far away. It's gonna depend on your site and the bathymetry or the water depth slope in your area.
I think if Mrs. Heater, is your question how far out as far as depth goes, or how far from the shoreline?
How far foot-wise from the shoreline?
Okay, that depends on the depth of the water.
Okay. And so there's no clear answer on that, right?
Yeah, that depends on each site's gonna be different. Yeah.
Just like with the commission, looking at different projects, I mean, not every site is the same. So it's gonna vary.
Could it go out 50 feet?
It's pretty far.
That does sound far.
Well, the question, I mean, my question to you is there a specific, I mean, are we asking for a specific reason?
Well, yeah, I mean, you know, I'm concerned about the property way at the end of South Pond, where someone has put in a dock basically in a swamp. And I just wanted to know if he can now hydro rake that swamp.
That would have to go through a process with Sidor. Yeah, just like I said, some of these are just random houses that, you know, the projects the Lake Association do have been approved. Okay, and there are projects. So if, like I said to you before, that say someone in the area noticed that they've got muck or they've got something, the Lake Association, first Solitude, who's the expert, then the Lake Association. And once they would come to the Conservation Commission for the final approval. This is the new thing. And this is something we've all agree on. The world has changed. So it's going to go through this 3-step. But remember, the original project that Solitude would be in the neighborhood for has already gotten approval for having invasives or have something that's a detriment to the lake.
But I think in general, it's safe to say we're not going to hydro rake an entire swamp. And I
No,
believe
right.
the area we're talking about is Lower Cedar Cove, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes,
And
that
Lower
area has
Cedar
been
Cove
identified.
was already. Go ahead, Joey, sorry.
No, I was going to say that area we've identified as a wetland and not necessarily open water for. And that is an area that we have identified also as an area that should remain an area of conservation preservation.
Okay.
I'd also add that doesn't necessarily mean that the owners in that particular area may also decide that they want to file their own permits to do the work separately, which would be which would be the same process we're going through right now.
All right.
So, and then is it possible for an owner to get permission to use herbicides in front of their property?
Wouldn't have to go.
Well, in order to use herbicide, it's a costly license. So if someone wants to go that route, there's a lot of licensure that has to happen with that. But as far as someone dumping Roundup into the lake, which obviously is, that's under the Wetlands Protection Act, is a serious violation. So that shouldn't be done and can't be done. And if you were to see something like that, I would hope that any resident would at least inform the commission of concerns. We obviously take our job seriously, and we review things in depth. So, but then again, this is a large body of water, and there's a process that folks need to go through. So,
okay.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. All right. Any other questions, folks? Last call for questions. All right. With that, commissioners, can I get a motion to close the public hearing as long as Mary has not seen anything come across her way?
We cannot close.
I'll make that motion.
Hold on.
What?
We can't close it without any HSP according to the letter we got from the DP.
Yes, that's true.
Right, wasn't that what it said?
Yes.
A response from Natural Heritage and Endangered Species Program should be received prior to closing of the hearing for this project.
Yeah. Well, with that, so did you get a DEP number yet,
Yes, they have a DEP
Dominic, too?
number. They have
I'm
one.
sorry, Mary?
Yes, they have a DEP number.
All right, because that's the other angle of it. We can't close without a DEP number.
Yeah, that was the notification of file
Yep.
numbers where they mentioned that you can't
Yep.
close the public hearing. So.
I'm looking at it right now. Okay, so, yeah, response, closing the public hearing. Please note that updated NHESP maps vary from the NHESP figure included in the invoice. Okay, and that's from Judy, who is the section chief. So, I guess that the best course of action at this point would be that, because we can't close out this until we hear back from Natural Heritage. So I would probably obviously urge you to contact Division of Fish and Wildlife.
Yeah, I just sent them an email, so
Yeah,
I'll follow up them tomorrow.
Yeah, and then that way we can just put this on the next agenda and we'll open it up and then be able to move it through, and we'll, in the interim, we've obviously got conditions that have been, we've started to culminate those, so.
Joey, we don't have to do the public hearing again, right? We closed the public hearing.
We'll have to, I'll have to open it. And then just like with any other project, a motion to close, we can close the public hearing at this point, but I can't, we can't motion.
Okay.
So, with that, we would just need, your approval, obviously, Dominic and Paul, for a continuance on this to, the next meeting, which would be, Monday, October 4th. And then hopefully, which I'm sure you'll probably hear from Natural Heritage by then, and we can incorporate any comments from them into the filing, and we're on to a new relationship and bright blue skies. And not too many waves.
Thumbs up, thumbs up.
All right, so with that, can I get a motion to, you're okay with this, Paul? Obviously,
Yeah,
I mean, it's
absolutely.
a legal, legal mechanism.
We understand that you don't have the ability to do it, so we have no issue with it.
Yep.
All right, so can I, Commissioner's gonna motion for continuance of Webster Lake Association's Aquatic Management Plan to October 4th, 2021.
I'll make that motion.
Clarissa first and Dan with the second.
All right, Ms. Cirillo,
Yes.
Mr. Brown.
Is he muted? A lot of people got muted.
I know, well, it was so much noise.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's muted.
Mhm.
Aiden, you're muted.
I'm muted.
Okay.
Now we hear you, Robin.
I was gonna be heard this meeting, that's for sure.
All right, Dr. Jewel,
Yes.
Mr. Duteau,
Yes.
Ms. Johnson,
Yes.
Mr. Brown. Not paying attention. All right, Mr. Wigglesworth.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, there
Yeah.
you are,
Hi,
Hayden.
Hayden.
Yes, Hayden.
Yay.
Okay, that was everyone.
All right. I want to thank everyone that is here from Webster Lake Association. Paul, thank you so much for taking us out, acquainting specifically Dan and myself with what's going on with this application. And Dominic, it was great to see you. And thank you for your input. Wendy, thank you so much for your expertise. And I want to thank everyone that is involved in this, and we'll see you on the 4th.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you, folks. Have a
All
good
right,
night.
Bob. Bye, everybody.
Good night.
Stay safe.
All right, so we're at 29 South Point Road. This is the Marcoux project, retaining wall replacements, continued from August 30th. He is requesting a continuance to October 4th. So can I get a motion of continuance for 29 South Point Road?
I
Jerry, I'll
motion,
make a motion of continuance for 29 South Point.
I second.
I third.
All right, Ms. Cirillo,
Yes.
Dr. Jewel,
Yes.
Mr. Duto,
Yes,
Ms. Johnson,
Yes.
Mr. Brown,
Yes.
Mr. Wigglesworth.
Yes. All right. All right, so we have Glenn Kravoski here for 49 Arkwright Road and 30 Worcester Road, EBT Consultants, restoration of the historic gradient and flow of Mill Brook. We have Glenn here. I know I heard him on the line earlier. Glenn, are you still here?
I don't see his name, but
I think he is the 3659 phone number, Mary. The next two items are with, I believe, are with him. So
yeah,
it would be
he did call this afternoon.
okay.
But he didn't actually talk about this, so.
Okay.
I don't know if he's on.
3659 is muted. I wonder if he's having trouble unmuting.
Perhaps unmute him.
Yeah, I'm trying.
Glenn,
I'm here now. I just unmuted.
there we are. There's
They
Glenn.
gave me a prompt and they told me what to do. So I just got
Okay.
*6. I did send in, thank you, Glenn Kravoski from EBT, a request to continue for a month and a half as we're wrapping things up with the Boston on this ecological restoration. And
Okay.
that be the point. My office was supposed to get you. I was sitting with them when they sent it in, a request to continue for a month and a half to give us enough time. If you don't see it, I'll check with him tomorrow. He's coming back from vacation, but this was a week ago that I saw him sending it out, I believe sending it out. But if it wasn't sent out, I'll pick it up again and I'll send it out tomorrow when he comes back in. A month and a half, please, for Arkwright Road.
All right. So that takes us to, I hate saying this, but the beginning of November.
That's fine because water level is too high to do the
Absolutely.
work. Well, it was too high. They just shut the water off from the lake again. And this is a part of my documentation about having the lake flushed during the 5.5 and then shutting it completely off, which is just happening while I was there today. So it's the on and off that has to do with what I'm filing with the register in Boston.
Okay.
But it's legal. So this is how my project does not affect the resource by taking 88 yards out, in fact, and impacting wetlands. Although we are reducing exotic invasive plants by having a steeper gradient. So that'll be brought into the documentation too. That's Eurasian milfoil, which we were talking about the last meeting.
Yes. Fantastic. All right.
Yeah.
So Mary, do we have a date for the beginning of November handy?
November 1st will be the next.
All right. I don't.
Thank you.
All right. So can I get a motion for a continuance of 49 Arkwright Road and 30 Worcester Road, EBT Consultants, to November 1st commission meeting?
I'll make that motion.
Clarissa with the
Sure.
first
Second,
and with the second.
And I also have the next meeting, which is Judy Kalecki. I'm representing her. We're doing a plan on that. I know you
Okay.
haven't put it up, but we're working on the plan was supposed to be in Friday, that just passed.
Okay.
And we're still waiting on it. It's already been surveyed, so we're just putting together this according to Chapter 91 and also
All right.
for obviously order of conditions from Conscom.
Fantastic.
So we're asking for continuance for 2 weeks on that one also, please.
All right,
Right, yeah, we still need to do the vote on the other one.
49,
Oh,
49,
okay, I'm sorry.
Arkwright, and 30, but that's good to know, Glenn, thank you.
Thank you.
I'll make the motion to continue 88 Lakeside Ave till October 4.
Dan was the first.
I second.
All right,
We
so
thank you on
this,
both of those.
I guess we
Thanks,
can
Glenn.
vote for both of them.
Yeah.
All right, Ms. Cirillo,
Yes.
Dr. Jewel,
Yes.
Mr. Duto,
Yes,
Ms. Johnson,
Yes.
Mr. Brown,
Yes,
Mr. Wigglesworth.
Yes. Right, fantastic. Glenn, thank you very much for those.
Well, Thank you. And one
we
last
got-
point, I will be back for 195 Lower Gore Road just for a discussion on that enforcement order.
Yeah,
So I'll stay at the Zoom meeting until then, and then I'll come back in at the very end of your meeting on that.
well, we have your 16 Oakwood Drive coming up shortly, so,
We'll be there for that also.
all right.
You know
All
what,
right,
Thanks.
Joey, can I interrupt? I missed the first and the second for the continuing 88. Who firsted and who seconded?
Dan first and Robin was second.
Okay, thanks.
And of course, we all approved that going on the agenda for October 4th.
Thank you again.
All right, thank you. All right,
I'll see you. I'll
folks.
talk to you.
All right, thank you, Glenn.
Thank
All
you.
right. So moving on to request for determination of applicability known as RDAs. And we have a new, nope, sorry, not new, 1 West Point Road. This is the Roderick project. This is construction of a carport, 24 by 24 and a 10 by 10 shed. Removal of trees. This is continued from August 30th. Commissioners were out there on Saturday. And I believe we have Mark Washburn that is representing 1 West Point Road. Do we have Margaret here?
Yes, I'm here.
Wonderful, Margaret. How you doing?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I should mention, I was one of the people there on Saturday,
Okay.
and I was unaware that we were looking at the construction of a carport and a shed.
Okay.
Well, those are outside the buffer zone.
Yeah,
So I revised the sketches to show only the work in the buffer zone. And so it represents the cutting of 6 trees and trees 1 through 6. And I submitted a revised planting plan. And I heard some discussion at the last meeting of some commission member saying that they didn't like having work outside the buffer zone shown on the sketches. So that work is off the revised sketches, and we're only addressing work in the buffer zone now.
Right. So, Mary, do you have that plan?
Good question. Let me see here.
While Mary finds that, I want to just discuss what was noticed at the site visit on Saturday. Large mature trees are straight and appear to be in good shape and good health. They do not overhang over any current or proposed structures. They are like many trees in the immediate area and other nearby properties. Neighbors were present and make the argument that the supposed danger to structures and power lines was our responsibility, and we were somehow legally responsible if we denied removal and a tree fell and damaged property. We left things at that and did not mention that we were there about potential Wetlands Protection Act issues and any concern about power lines, etc. Should be addressed with the power company or the town. There are, the plan is to remove 6 trees and replace with 8 Virginia red cedars along the proposed property line. Trees to be removed were ID'd with ribbons. A couple are outside the buffer zone. 2 are small miscellaneous trees, but others are very large mature pines and 1 oak. All right, so that is from Saturday's site visits. And we've got the new sketch here. Of course, you know, a hand-drawn one is not the scale. Thank you for thank you for that, Margaret. All right, so we've got let me see here, 1 and 2 each.
8-inch diameter breast height red maples, 54.5 feet from the BBW.
Okay.
Tree 3 is a 21-inch DBH northern red oak. Tree 4 is a 9-inch DBH eastern hemlock. Tree 5 is a 21-inch DBH eastern white pine, and tree 6 is a 25 DBH eastern white pine. And the reason Mr. Roderick wants to remove the trees is because every time the wind blows, he's afraid that they're going to fall on his house.
Yep. One thing I just want to ask, Margaret, do we know which way the north is on this? You know, one's south and one's west, but I'm just curious.
I have hang on a second. Let me give you I've got another sketch
Just so
that
I
was
can-
submitted that's got a north arrow on it. Let me just open that up for you. My original, I think the original sketches.
And I do want to mention that, you know, the board does recognize and understand that trees are becoming, a lot of trees on our resource area are becoming a hazard. They are growing large, and with the wind field of so many trees coming down on the water, you are seeing a lot more trees breaking. So we would never obviously put anyone's home or persons in jeopardy.
North is more or less up.
Okay.
Here's up, and here's West Point Road and South Shore.
All right, I just wanted to see, you know the orientation on that.
Sure.
So, I mean, if any of these trees really were to, I mean, generally you have a northeast wind living here in the Northeast. A lot of these trees, if they were to come down, would really fall more close to the LeBlanc property or the uplands. Obviously not all, the wind doesn't always blow that way, but I was just curious for orientation. All right, so
It's my understanding, and I with all due respect, that the predominant wind direction in southern New England is out of the west, but that's just 61 years of experience living here. And according to Mr. Roderick, who lives here, he says a lot of his wind comes off the lake, of course, because it's got such a long fetch of water for what that's worth.
Indeed.
So if I could have a chance to just say something about the rest of my presentation.
Absolutely.
Mr. Roderick's proposing to plant 8 native trees instead of the 6 as required by your policy. He wants to plant, at this point, we've ruled out the gray birch, and it would be Virginia red cedar, which provides a lot of food for native wildlife, and they were chosen to relocate them to the other side of the property, along that property line. So there's no shrubs offered at this point. It's just 8 trees in return for requesting to remove 6 for public safety.
All right, commissioners, any questions, Dan and Michelle? You were there on Saturday. Any input?
No questions here.
Okay.
Margaret, I do have a question for you. When you guys are removing the trees, are you guys intending to, what are you guys intending to do with the stumps? Are you guys going to just cut them at the ground, or are you going to grind them?
It says in detail in the RDA that they're going to be ground and the areas will be mulched with loam and seeded.
Okay.
So ground and then the area will be, you know, well stabilized with seed and mulch. To follow, you know, Ruben is hoping to get this done, as he puts it. He's trying to get ready for winter.
Yeah.
And you know, all of that remediation the plantings would certainly be done at this point by June 20, you know, the first day of summer, June 21st of next spring. If it,
Yes. All right. All right. So commissioners, if we don't have any other concerns, questions, input, do we have a motion here for removal of 6 and replacing with 8? I would, given this area, I would recommend that the trees that are planted are a minimum of 1 inch for viability and to help at least expedite some shade and getting some vegetation back there.
I'm sure my client would be happy to get 1 inch minimum potted nursery stock probably from Bigelow Nursery.
Okay. All right, so commissioners, can I get a motion?
I'll make the motion.
Thank you, Clarissa. Can I get a second? Robin with the second?
Yeah. Yes, I second it. You hear me?
Yes, yes.
I'm sorry.
Mary, we should probably just do just given the fact that large trees are coming down, we don't typically do any, you know, obviously you don't do orders of conditions with an RDA, but I would recommend that, you know, with development over there, that we're informed when erosion sediment control barriers are put up and trees are going in. And there is, you know, saying that they're going to be planted by 6/21. But obviously, if, you know, things happen, people run late on their thoughts. So just a check-in on those.
So you, you're saying trees to be planted by June of 2022? Is that what?
Yeah, it looks like the end of June that they're aiming for. I would assume that the larger ones are going to be coming down this year, Margaret, before the winter.
That's the plan.
Okay.
And I have a question. I'm not, Margaret, are erosion controls included in this?
We didn't show any.
Proposal? I don't know that.
Because there's no stumps being pulled and there's no digging proposed except for stump grinding. And then the idea was if any loam was needed to cover the stumps. I mean, we'd be happy to show some. And if you want us to, you could show us or on this sketch indicate. I mean, I assume that you'd be looking between the closest trees here. And you know, there is a retaining wall right here. So right along the top of this retaining wall would be ideal. Can you see my cursor?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, that would be you know, it's sort of already somewhat of a barrier.
Okay.
So we, you know, I'm sure Ruben would be happy to, what would you be looking for a sediment control barrier?
Just a, straw wattle and silt fence, just, best management practice, your typical, just a, kind of, shield, just in case we get, next season, if it's really rainy.
Sure.
Wet, we just don't want anything traveling.
So the silt fence will be on the side facing the trees and the wattle will behind it to support it. And do you have any minimum size wattle you'd be looking for?
No, I think probably just a 6-inch in that area would probably be
Okay,
sufficient, 6 to 8 inch.
okay. Very good.
Commissioners, anything else on this project? All right, if not, then I guess Mary, you want to do call on this one?
Yes. Ms. Cirillo,
Yes.
Dr. Jewell,
Yes.
Mr. Duto,
Yeah.
Ms. Johnson,
Yes.
Mr. Brown,
Yes.
Mr. Wigglesworth.
Yes. All right, so the next one, Margaret, you're actually all set. Thank you so much.
Thank you all very much. Good night.
And wish Ruben well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Dan, I'm going to need you to read your statement on the filing for 102 Lakeside Ave. This is Duke Scapes, installation of 3 to 4 paver steps and riprap to a boat dock.
Dan, are you going to read the notice?
Oh.
Do you read me, Dan? Do you?
Yeah,
Where are you? Where'd you go?
Do you have the filing notice for 102?
you would like me to read the notice?
Yes, the notice, please.
Yeah.
In accordance with Mass General Laws, Chapter 131, Section 40, as amended, the Wetlands Protection Act, this public meeting is being held on a request for determination of applicability for 102 Lakeside Ave to install 3 to 4 paver steps and some riprap to the boat dock.
All right. Do we have a representative for 102 Lakeside Ave, Mr. Scapes, or?
Good evening, sir. It's Justin Boyce. I'm the owner of Dukescapes LLC. I'm here on behalf of the homeowner at 102 Lakeside Ave. I will be.
Okay.
Go ahead.
All right, and you said your name is Josh?
It's Justin, sir.
Oh, sorry, Justin,
okay.
sorry.
Okay.
All right. All right, do we have a,
Yeah, I've got some
drawing for
pictures.
this one, Mary?
Yeah, I've got some pictures. Just a second here.
So Justin, you're not, are you the contractor that will be doing this?
That is affirmative. I'm the contractor. Yes, sir.
All right, so there's 2 pictures from the homeowner, and I have a few pictures myself. So these are the steps. They're currently like wooden steps, and I guess it's going to be replaced with paver. I'm sure he can tell us more about that. And then they want to put riprap in these blue areas on the side. So go ahead and you can explain. I guess I'm especially interested in the riprap, how far it goes down to the water, if you're going to have to remove any soil to put it down, and those sorts of things.
Okay, so this, as you said, it is a set of wooden stairs currently. Our plan is to remove the wooden stairs and install the 4 paver steps. And then in the blue area on the banks surrounding it, we will be removing a few inches of topsoil and the crabgrass that's there, installing filter fabric and then riprap to hold the bank in. The plan is to come down to the water's edge and, if required, obviously to use a floating debris barrier in the area that we'll be working. We don't plan to use any heavy machinery. We'll be doing all the, excavation and installation by hand due to accessibility on the rest of the property.
Oh, will that riprap include the section at the bottom of the steps?
Yes, sir. My plan is to land the last step right at the face of the boat dock so that when they put their boat dock in the water, it'll transition from the last step to the dock, but off to the right and the left of the dock, because the steps will be wider than the dock, there will be a small section of riprap that will have the filter fabric to hold back the soil.
And what size riprap are you considering putting in there?
We're trying to use about 4 to 5 inch riprap.
Are you seeing, or was it observed, Mary, in this particular, at this particular site, erosion? Are we seeing erosion? Is that why we're going with riprap?
Yeah, that was kind of my question. I did not notice a lot of erosion. Maybe the contractor can speak to why the homeowner wanted the riprap.
So if you can go back up to one of the pictures I sent you, Mary, if we're standing on the boat dock and we're looking towards the left-hand side, I don't think it's that one. There's a little bit of erosion over there on the left-hand side coming off the garden bed, but to be honest with you, it was the homeowner's preference to use a riprap over anything else.
My only concern is, but I mean, it's not really even a concern because it really isn't, the 1 or 2 photos that I just saw from the side, there's not much, it's not a steep gradient. Number one. Number two, there really is no bank here. The only bank that we're seeing, which I probably see where the other other retaining wall is.
Okay. Yeah.
I would probably consider going out just a little bit, but trying to leave some natural, keeping it kind of I know you're going with rocks, obviously, but can't get much more natural than that. But under the Wetlands Protection Act, you're not supposed to alter more than 10% of a bank without doing replication. So that's why I'm just bringing that up. I think it would be important to know exactly where this rock is going to start and exactly where it's going to end. I mean, if you need to clean up that shoreline anywhere there, that probably, it probably could, I would either leave it just a little bit natural or pick the weeds out of there. But Commissioner, does anyone else have any concerns of this particular, it doesn't look like there's a high, large amount of fetch there from wave action. But I am a little bit concerned, and we've seen this with other projects, with you start disturbing the bottom there, Justin.
Mhm.
And even though you're coming down with the rocks right next to the water, the wave energy can actually start to go underneath. And then you've got raw, you kind of got silt and dirt and stuff that's going into the resource. So I would probably try to line everything up and not encroach on the lake any more than what's there.
Okay.
But I think the one thing that is probably important is knowing the width and setting up those markers before you go in there and tear that out.
Sure, absolutely.
And do we know floodplain on this one?
Um,
And does that impact this?
I did not look that up, Michelle. I can do that right now.
yeah, we should probably check the floodplain on that, Mary.
Yeah.
And while Mary's looking it up, if you look at the pictures in the application, the ones with the blue squares, the square on the left, the shore actually looks a little more raised. So would that grade come down and riprap go in there? Or keep in the natural grade?
I'm sorry, ma'am, I didn't
Oh,
catch.
sorry. I'm sorry, I'm half thinking and not speaking loud enough.
Okay, it's okay.
So if you look at the pictures that you took,
Yes,
the
ma'am.
blue square on the left-hand side,
Yep,
it does look like the shore is somewhat raised above the water there.
yes, that's correct. That's correct.
Versus the other side, which seems closer to the water.
That's correct.
What are you gonna do with the grade on that?
The plan originally was to pull it down with the filter fabric right to the water's edge and use that filter fabric to hold the soil back from the water. But after listening to Mr. Wigglesworth, you know, we can go ahead and leave 12 inches at the water's edge of the natural soil and start in, you know, up the bank slightly.
Yeah.
Does that answer?
Looking at
that's
looking at the FEMA flood map, there is actually probably the highest that the water gets is probably exactly what you're looking at right now. There is just a little bit of sort of a buffer between the resource and the actual where the flood elevation is.
And then it sounded like there'll be a little riprap between this on the outer edges of the stairs because they're wider than the dock. Are you doing anything at where the dock now lands on the ground?
No, I intend to leave that bank, or excuse me, the shoreline where the water actually touches the soil. I intend to leave that. We will be, you know, pulling the stairs down a bit so that that last stair is level height-wise with where the dock is now, so that that last stair is a smooth transition to the dock. But again, there'll still be that 6 to 12 inches of natural soil at the water line.
And just a curious question,
Sure.
do you know if the dock is centered on that property?
Is it centered on the property?
Yep.
Relatively, yes. From my, I should have taken a whole picture further down the dock, but yeah, to my understanding, it's just about in the middle of the property with equal space on both sides. Maybe a little bit more. If you see the first picture, maybe it's slightly more to the right-hand side, facing the, you know, the back of the house.
The reason I ask is that we'll probably ask this homeowner for a Chapter 91 permit.
Okay.
And you want to center your dock in that situation.
Yes, ma'am.
So I would hate for them to install stairs and they don't work out.
Okay.
That's
So I think, Justin, if you can stake out exactly where you're planning on ending with the riprap and where you're beginning it, I would advise that you do that so that Mary can come out. She can take a look at where the limit of work is and leaving some that buffer in there. But if you had actual bank in there, that would cause that would open up a whole other can of worms. You'd need a Chapter 91 license and so forth. So, but seeing how this is a very this isn't South Point Road. Let's go with that.
Fair enough.
So commissioners, any particular concerns aside from what I brought up in observation here?
erosion controls?
Yeah, I would do a turbidity curtain, seeing how you're gonna have this site at least raw for a little bit until everything gets settled. So a turbidity curtain in the water, which is what you brought up at the beginning of what you're doing here.
Yep.
So I would do a turbidity curtain. What size rock are you planning on using here?
I believe we're gonna go, I had said when the question was raised earlier, 4 to 5, but I think in fact, it's gonna be about a 4 to 6 inch rock.
Okay. I'll be honest with you, a little bit bigger is always better.
Sure.
Because you'd be surprised at the size rocks that can get carried. Doesn't look like a lot, like I said, doesn't look like a lot of wave action there, but there is some, some fetch there with wave action.
Joey,
Yeah.
what is the actual width and depth of that blue?
Let me find my notes.
On the application, it says approximately 10 feet by 50 feet.
Okay, so if I may, yes, it's about 10 feet in depth from about the flat spot on the yard to the water's edge is about 10 feet. And the whole width of the shoreline is 50 foot minus the 6 foot, wide stairs that we'll be installing. The grade is about 2.5 to 3 foot grade over that 10 foot depth, if you will.
So is that what it's gonna stay at, is the 10 by 50, or will it be reduced to like a lot less that, like Joey had recommended?
Well, if we add the small little buffer zone at the water's edge, it'll probably be somewhere around 9 foot in depth. And then I do believe that Mr. Wiggleworth had said he wanted to come off of that retaining wall on the neighbor's property and give the little buffer zone there. So you'd figure about a foot on the right and the left, minus the staircase, which is going to be 6 foot. There's 8 feet. So the whole rock face. I'm sorry. Okay, maybe my computer was feeding back. Sorry. So you figure that the amount of rock surface area should be about a 9 by 42 when we're done. And then there'll be the 6 foot wide stairs, and then about a foot on the right and a foot on the left and a foot at the water's edge, which will remain natural.
What are you going to use for footing for that last step?
Probably a class. I mean, I'd like to see what's actually under there. My guess is it's going to be a lot of sand and silt, but probably a class 5 material. A mix between sand and anywhere up to like 2 or 3 inch.
Okay. Karen, any other questions?
Yeah, it just bothers me to see natural vegetation turn into rock when it's not necessary. That's all.
Yeah, I was wondering if maybe as a concession, in addition to leaving the buffer, maybe planting a few native species to kind of improve the habitat along here. That's an idea.
Sure. Where in particular, Robin, would you like to see that? If that was you, Robin.
That was Mary.
That was Mary.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, that's okay.
I'm not sure. I mean, it's kind of, I know maybe the riprap is meant to protect the slope. I mean, ideally you'd have the plants closer to the water, or they could also go along the top edge of the riprap. I don't know what the commission thinks.
Doing some sort of, it looks like this resident has a flower bed in the back there. So, I would say, putting in, it doesn't necessarily need to be bushes that cover your, beautiful view, but, black-eyed Susans and, Joe Pyeweed, some kind of natural plants that actually like it a bit wet, would probably be a good idea. And I'll probably talk with your client about that.
Mm-hmm.
that we would like to see some vegetation go there. I mean, I do agree with Karen. I could probably see the person's, their reasoning for wanting to transform this, I mean, I wouldn't want to take a lawn tractor and lawnmower and put it near the water like that. But, in these natural, I mean, this is a natural system, so, wildlife and, believe it or not, that crabgrass actually has some sort of ecological function.
Mhm.
So, but I would probably, I'd probably talk with your client about introducing some vegetation in there, low maintenance stuff. I mean, nothing that's high maintenance.
Sure.
Commissioners, any comments?
Good.
No, I'm all set, Joey.
Okay, and I would, you're definitely gonna need chapter 91 for the dock, Justin, so, I would check out chapter 91 at Mass DEP.
Mhm.
Not sure if you're familiar with that, but there's a fee, it lasts for a dock that size, you're gonna need all the dimension, depth,
Mhm.
all of that, square footage wise. And then, the permit will last 15 years.
Okay.
And you have to show it to us first.
Yes, so before you send that off to DEP, bring it back to us, we're gonna look at it. And then, that piece is very important. And then once they either, give you feedback, they give you the permit for the dock, you need to register that, you need to bring that to the registry of deeds, and it actually goes on the deed that this property has a licensed dock.
Okay.
So if the home is to be sold, that carries with the deed.
Yes, sir.
So there's, it's a legal mechanism. All right, commissioners, we're looking at turbidity curtain, 4 to 6 inch, but 4 to 8 inch, or even a little bit bigger, might be good for this particular site. Leaving a strip of buffer at the bottom, partnering with Mary on kind of stake it all out so we can see before you start work. And then, of course, a filing of the chapter 91 with us and DEP. Did I miss anything? Yeah.
Let me just clarify the width of that buffer strip. Why did you say it was?
It looks like it's gonna be, if he's coming down one more step, that looks like it's gonna be about a 1.5 feet there. So, I mean, that, even in that buffer strip, you could probably put little, you could probably do, button bush or low bush blueberry, high bush blueberry, Joe pie weed, things would probably, be okay there, because that, like I said, it doesn't look like it gets too high often there. And there was no bank on this property, so.
Awesome. Thank you.
So do we have a motion here, folks?
Joey, I'll make the motion.
Right, Hayden with the motion,
I'll second.
and that's a negative.
Negative determination of applicability.
All right, Ms. Cirillo,
Yes.
Dr. Jewel,
Yes.
Mr. Duteau,
Yes.
Ms. Johnson,
Yes.
Mr. Brown,
Yes.
Mr. Wigglesworth.
Yes. All right, Justin, make sure you communicate with Mary once you got things in place. She can come out, and once she takes a look at it, and says you're ready to go, then you can begin, but just get everything all marked out for her.
You got it. Thank you, everybody.
All right, thank you. Have a good night.
You too.
Stay
Thank you.
safe.
You
All
too.
right. So we've got 33 Loveland Road. This is Kathleen Godzik, Dale Arsenault, removal of debris and a tree. This alteration occurred without a permit last year. They have notified Mary that they're looking to continue to, which would be October 4th. So with that said, is probably we have, we do not, well, we have 33 in the discussion items for this particular application. I would recommend to the board, obviously I'm one person, that we continue this once, and if we do not have residents at the October 4th, we can move on this and without residents or applicants being present, and motion for what could be a denial due to lack of information.
Can I ask a question, Joey? Karen did some research on the property that she sent us. I actually like to know a little bit about that.
That would be, we're just talking about this application here.
Okay, okay, I'm sorry. I
Based on
apologize.
feedback from town council,
Mhm.
we should just talk about this, not talk about it, but continue this to the,
Okay, sorry.
Chair Wigglesworth,
yes.
I have a question. What is the adopted procedure for granting for an extension like this on an item?
As far as continuing this, generally it is best practice. There is no real, under the Wetlands Protection Act, there is no real sort of rubric that they give you. It's kind of, you do the courteous thing of doing a continuance once, and then after that, this is a public meeting. If this was an NOI, it would be a different story. But on a public meeting, you do want to generally do a continuance once, because, you know, an applicant may be sick, they may not have all their information ready, but that's generally what commissions do. So I know that there is some public input on this, and the commission obviously has some input on this as well. So with that said, commissioners, I would, as I mentioned, can I get a motion of continuance on this? If we don't feel that that's appropriate, maybe we should discuss.
I'll make the motion to continue the discussion of 33 Loveland Road as far as the removal of debris in the tree until 10/4, October 4th.
Okay.
My second.
Okay.
Ms. Cirillo,
Yes.
Dr. Jewel,
Yes.
Mr. Duto,
Yes.
Ms. Johnson,
Yes.
Mr. Brown,
Yes.
Mr. Wigglesworth.
No.
So no, that was no for you, Joey?
That is a no. Nope.
So
My
finally,
first- that is
I'm
my
not the
first-
contrary one. I'm not the contrary one tonight.
That is my first no in 4 years.
It's easier.
So, we're getting into discussion items now. So we've got 27 Bates Grove Road. We don't necessarily need to discuss this. I don't believe we have Mr. Claiborne on the line, do we?
No.
Okay.
Where's
Wanna make
that?
Sure, Tom Claiborne. All right, so, we don't necessarily need to discuss that. It was left, that he will get in touch with Mary with any particular questions or help with chapter 91. He was looking for some input on, retaining wall repair, or replacement. This is a discussion item, so we don't need to motion on that one. Do we have someone from 182 Kildare Road?
Mr. Wigglesworth, can I
Yes.
interrupt for a moment?
Sure, Mr. Kirsch, if it has to do with your property or your road.
It has to do with Loveland Road.
Okay, we're gonna actually get into that in two more. It's on discussion
all right.
items tonight.
Okay.
All right. All right. Certificate of compliance, Mass DEP number 323-1159, 182 Kildare Road. Do we have someone here for that?
Joey, I'm not particularly expecting someone. They need to figure out their Chapter 91 status.
Okay.
And then for 31 Wawila, he will not come either. So it's just 16 Oakwood.
All right. So do we have Glenn back here for 16 Oakwood Drive? Glenn, are you there?
I gotta ask him to unmute.
Probably needs to go through the prompts to unmute.
Yeah.
Thank you. I am
All right,
unmuted
there you
again.
are, Glenn.
Oh, thank you for holding that moment for me.
All right.
Yes, I'm here for Oakwood. Thank you, Amarillo.
Okay. This was construction of a single family house. Mary, I know there were just some minor items from the last time we had Glenn with us. So are we all set on this now?
Let me just pull up the pictures. So yes, the things were cleaned out. They fixed the sign. Let me share my screen. They did have a request to remove some trees though, that they just wanted to see if they could get that done. So here's the new signs, much better, much taller. And the silt fence that had been in the wetland near the wetland is now removed.
Great.
And so let's see the trees. Glenn, can you see the screen, Glenn? You want to explain the trees?
No, I can't, but I can explain it. There's some gray birch. If you're standing on the road facing back in the back left corner of the house, they were damaged. They were within the construction corridor. The main stalk of the gray birch are all fine in this small seedling or as a multiple stalk as gray birch is. Two of the larger ones were damaged by machinery as they were working on that limit of work, still within the limit of work. And one snapped, it's dead, and the other gray birch was dead, but we're leaving the root system so they could continue to grow the other 5 or 6 gray birches that were coming out of that one stalk as they were successional tree. And then there was 2 eastern cottonwood, one damaged right there at the limit of work. It's in the photos, and one directly abutting. This would be on the back left as you're standing on the road. And the other eastern cottonwood, fastest growing tree in the northeast, eastern cottonwood, is right up against the stone wall on the back right wall, right of the house, standing on the road. And we were looking to take it down. It is within the construction corridor because it's right there against the wall. But also it just as it's doing that Leo's solar farm, Nexamp, Millbrook, they're rapidly growing and it will undermine the wall over time as they do with eastern cottonwood. They're a floodplain tree. Ohio, Mississippi came into our area in the 60s. And we're looking to take that down so it doesn't undermine the wall. And they were asked for by the people that now live in the house. So Mr. Amarillo said, if it's going to hold up his certificate of compliance, we won't even ask for him. You can just leave him there and the people have to deal with him under an RDA or some other form. But I did add him into because the order is still open, into the request certificate. Again, as Mary said, we went out in the rear on a silt fence that had been put there prior to our construction. And that's why we didn't see it. We removed the wattles and the poly that was around the wattles that towed the slope. But this was out another 20, 25 feet further back. And I observed and went and checked that all of the silt fence was gone, removed. And then the 4x4 post, pressure treated, 2.5 to 3 feet in the ground, solid, the 3 of them that you required instead of the flimsy 2x4, whatever they had before. And so that we did the signs again. So that's the end of that discussion, for me anyways, and I'll ask here for any questions if there are.
Commissioners, any particular questions? I don't see it being, I mean, this is a pretty well vegetated area. I don't see an issue with the cottonwood, especially if we're going to end up having its resident before us in the future with possibly an undermined retaining wall. If we can take care of it now while the tree is small, that would be good.
Through the chairman, they are small. They're only 5-inch diameter. They grow fast. So since we built the site, they've grown up. One of them is damaged, has a good 1/3 of the bark missing, and the other one is, again, the one that's up against the wall on the back right. Thank you.
Anyone?
Is there any insight as to how the tree, not the cottonwoods, the other trees were damaged during construction?
If I could, through the chairman, they're right there at the limit of work, and as he's building the retaining wall that holds up the back wall, they're along that corridor. These are only, if you're seeing in the photo, 4 or 5 inches DBH. And again, the main cluster of seedlings that come out of this multiple stalk root system are still all viable.
Oh, I understand.
They were damaged, but they. Okay.
I was mainly asking. I'm sorry. I was mainly asking if we can learn anything from this as far as damage during construction.
If I could, through the chairman, yes, we do learn. But again, these could have been removed during construction because they were within that limit of construction. They weren't removed. We did remove all exotic invasive plants with a lot of autumn olive and multiflora rose in that area, oriental bittersweet. And what I could learn from it, if it was beyond the limit of construction, I would say that we have to make clear whether it's through wrapping the tree. On some sites, we're doing it in Concord, Mass, for the city of Concord, town of Concord. We actually wrap them, preserve them, make sure everybody can see them. And as we're under construction, then they're not damaged during construction. If there are species or specimens that we're looking to preserve.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
All right. So do we want to have, I mean, Glenn, is Amarella willing to go in and take these 2 trees? How many trees were there? 2?
It's 2. They're not actually called trees because they didn't make it to the DBH requirement of tree. They're saplings. They would have to be 5-inch DBH to be a tree on the core. And then there's other language that it's 6-inch DBA under the state. So they're saplings, and to remove them, the clients, the people that live there, would just have them cut down so they can maintain that back area 5 feet along the wall to the rear, so that we don't have other encroachment into that wall system, which is right at the back of the house. So the clients would remove them, cut them off, maintain a clear-cut stump, not to take the stumps out. And as long as they keep the saplings, the sprouts coming off the tree trunk, they would eventually die because you're not giving it any chlorophyll to. So they'd have to be maintained as cut-off stumps and no suckers coming up.
Of course. All right. So, commissioners, do we want to have the resident communicate with Mary and have Mary go out and flag the trees and just do an administrative approval on these 2 trees?
Yes.
I'm okay
I think
with
that would be the best method. At least Mary could probably talk to them about the limits of what's in their backyard and ribbon the trees.
Pardon me for interrupting. I'm actually the owner. I've been here. My name is Brenda.
Oh, okay. Hi, Brenda.
Hello. So that's fine to have Mary come out. I just would like to know ahead of time so I can make sure that I'm here so she can flag the trees.
Yes. So, okay. So, Brenda, why don't, I'm gonna sort of volley this to you. Why don't you, give the office a call and leave your information, with, the office tomorrow, if you could, or the day after, and, that way, Mary can come out and, you know, tie ribbons on there, or you can mark them, and, we'll be all set.
Okay.
Does that sound- Okay. So back to the commission. So do we have a motion to issue the certificate of compliance for DEP number 323-1122, 16 Oakwood Drive?
I'll make the motion.
Okay. Michelle with the first,
I'll second the motion, Joey.
Hayden with the second.
Ms. Cirillo,
Yes.
Dr. Jewel,
Yes.
Mr. Duto,
Yes.
Ms. Johnson,
Yes.
Mr. Brown,
Yes.
Mr. Wigglesworth.
Yes. All right, so Brenda, thank you. If you wouldn't mind just getting in touch with Mary, don't go in there and do any work without having approval from the commission first, because it could be on the hook for any damage to the wetland area back there. Okay.
Absolutely, no problem.
We appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank
Glenn,
you.
thank you very much.
Thank you again, Conservation Commission and Joseph. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. Enjoy the evening, okay?
Well, we still have one more in front of you
Oh,
at
you
the
do?
end, the invite at that
Oh,
Lower
yes,
Gore
yes.
Road.
Yep, all right.
Thank you.
All right.
Talk to you then.
All right, coming up. All right, folks, we're on 35 Loveland Road. This is demand for enforcement to remedy the violations at 33 Loveland Road. I believe this item was petitioned by, is it Elizabeth?
Yes.
Okay, I can allow you to go ahead.
Okay. I'm wondering if Mary can share her screen so that she would be able to show the public document that was sent to all of the commissioners and to her office.
All right, so you want the timeline one?
Yes, please.
Okay, yep.
Okay, commissioners, I've actually forwarded to you about a 12-page document, but obviously I don't want to, belabor information that you've already. I'm sorry?
No, I think it was a little bit of an echo back.
Okay. So basically looking at this document that Mary is going to post on her screen here in just a second, I've highlighted some statements that I wanted to share publicly. And at your leisure, you can go through the remainder of the document with some of the information that I'm presenting. The first few statements.
Did you just send that today?
I believe I sent the final copy to Mary and she will forward it to you. So
Okay,
that's why
thank
I
you.
was hoping that she would be able to present it here on her screen tonight.
Can you guys see it right now?
Yeah, I see
Yes, we
it.
can. Thank you.
Okay, good.
Okay, so, and I apologize, my head will kind of turn because I'm running on two computers here. So my statement is to the Webster Conservation Commissioners and to the agent. My presentation tonight is not defamatory in nature, as it is all part of public records from the town of Webster and supplied to me as a requester of public records. Legally, truth is an absolute defense against any claim for defamation. Fair report privilege applies when you rely on public documentation only, which is my intention with the document that I've shared with you. According to your Conservation Commission enforcement manual, you are guided to communicate with other municipal boards and departments, meet with your fellow municipal officials and legal counsel to discuss the nature of wetlands protection and the type of violations encountered and the typical need for fast action. You are also authorized to meet with municipal staff such as the building inspector, engineers, road department to familiarize them with wetlands issues. You are authorized to explain to the police chief when police services might be needed to assist the commission in enforcing wetlands laws. Therefore, I am including information in my presentation tonight and in the document that you have a copy of at this point that does have other pertinent departments' actions and communications related to the issues that I present to the commission. These public records have been organized and a timeline has been established, which I present tonight, with some departments still not fulfilling my legal request for documents. I am already now in possession of well over 700 documents related to 33 Loveland Road. They are dated from 8/8/2015 to present. This presentation can be used with my permission by the Conservation Commission as an official chronology of events, which is part of your guidelines established by the state, that's one of their first steps in doing, establishing a timeline. I might make an added note that my presentation was correctly noticed to the public and written on the agenda for tonight's meeting. So notification should not be an issue as well. So reading through this timeline, it's quite lengthy, as you will all see, but I've highlighted some of the more important things. Public records related to shed, planters, cut trees, elevation changes, disturbance of wildlife habitats, obstruction of access of safety vehicles to a right-of-way, and unauthorized construction over the water are all part of my reasoning for reaching out to the commission. An RDA was originally constructed 8/18/2015 that was about a shed construction at 33 Loveland Road. It was signed by 5 commissioners, and it's not the current board. Some may have been present, I'm not sure, but it had no determination on that document. So that was received by me from the town that was the first time that this issue of a shed construction had gone before your committee. In 2016, just kind of scrolling through the documents here, the first stop work order was posted. An enforcement order was listed by the commission. The town of Webster, and I'm going to say CC just for lack of time. You guys know that's you, CC. Town of Webster CC public meeting notice, which I did not receive a copy of for installation of a shed at that property. This documentation is also not available online. But I did read in some of the documentation supplied to me that a representative of 33 Loveland Road by the name of David Eddy asked that current commission if he was allowed to clean out the swamp. That would have been a red flag to me as an abutter, and I would have been on one of your meetings or at one of your meetings, but I did not receive notification that it was going on. So I asked that some investigation go into that. Further down, there's always been back and forth communication. However, on 6/13/2016, Ms. Donahue, the town planner, spoke to CC about the information that the state owns the land that the shed at 33 is built on. And I will preface this by saying whenever anything is just my opinion, I will state that publicly. So in my opinion, an emergency vote was taken at that time due to a fraudulent application and to protect the public interest under the Wetlands Protection Act. If you go on to 6/30, an additional order letter was enacted. Then following, starting on 7/16 through 9/9/2016, several complaints were lodged by 33 Loveland Road against all of the parties that had any say in any of the actions to support the Conservation Commission. They range from the chief assessor to the building commissioner. There was a complaint to the state, to the Office of Attorney General, to the state building inspector, and so forth. So town selectmen, it's kind of a whole list here. Their demand was that they want public body to reopen the decision to rescind the RDA with proper notice and Commonwealth of Massachusetts Department of Conservation and Recreation Affairs to be present. I might suggest that that might be a good move on your part at this point. And so forwarding on, there was an additional order letter stated on 12/16. On 2/21/17, a Stanley Dulzak, I'm not sure if you know who that person is, but it's listed as PLS, gave opinion on the ownership of land in question and stated that the state of Massachusetts has clear ownership of the land in question, and therefore any project on set land would require permitting through chapter 91 of the state law. More communication took place. There was an order of removal for said structure on 5/25/2017. At that point, there was an addition of 5 wooden planters, and there had been no prior indication that those planters had been permitted at all. So where that addition came from, I don't know, but it was never in the permitting at that point for that property. On 6/16/17, they had an additional order for removal. My documentation goes on. There was an order letter that was sent to the owners on 7/13 and 7/18, all repetitive notification to this landowner. On 8/31/2017, an enforcement order by the Conservation Commission for violation of removal of brush on the lot where shed was installed, cutting of brush and work to the north of 31 Loveland Road next to the wetlands. This order was to cease and desist, that the area shall be corrected and resource area returned to their original state. The restoration plan would be filed with the Webster Conservation Commission by October 2nd, 2017. Scooting ahead, I'll reference that on 9/11/2017, your board ratified an enforcement order to 33. So there's an additional enforcement order. Moving on ahead, on 10/18/2017, an additional order letter came out. Let's move all the way up to 2018. On 2/20/2018, a final notice for shed and planter removal was issued. There was a 7-day removal timeline. Failure to remove is subject to penalties, relocation expenses, and attorney's fees payable to the town of Webster. On 5/4/2018, 33 submitted a needs list in a meeting that they had with the then town administrator Willardson, a Mr. Miller, and a Mr. Mason. They had a list of requests of what they were demanding from the town and from the Conservation Commission. They listed damage that they were seeking at that point. They were seeking $17,225 for the planters that had been, in their estimation, illegally removed from their property, but then they were returned for that property. So those planters do sit out there and they exist today. In that meeting with the town of, was that somebody? No. In that meeting with the town officials, there was an additional list of damages to the owners of 33. $2,500 title search, $12,000 in attorney's fees, $350 copy costs, $280,000 loss of professional time, and that 17,225 that was the larceny committed by the town of Webster. On 9/7, a letter from town administrator Willardson to the Bilick family that are the residents and owners of 31 Loveland Road and a butter on the other side. And he stated, this is Mr. Willardson's quote, "Any disputes as to the ownership in such land is a private matter and the town has no present interest in embroiling itself." I will then move on to August of 2019. There was a letter from 33 sent to Chairman Kunkel, who was the commission chair at that time, stating that the state of Webster, the town of Webster has closed the case related to this 2016 RDA. regarding the shed and their permit, and that is current and valid. They suggested that the chair refer to the town administrator on this issue, not that it was in the purview of the commission, but to refer it to the town administrator. On 8/5, the Conservation Commission minutes reflect that the town administrator was sent to the owners at 33 stating that the fines and enforcements were no longer in force. The CC stated that this letter does not cancel the rescinding of the shed RDA. On 9/19, a letter from the CC to 33 informing the owners that the town administrator has no authority to override the Conservation Commission and that a new RDA must be filed by October 18th, 2019. Skipping down to 12/20/2019. Cease and desist letters sent to Board of Selectmen regarding the conduct of the Webster Conservation Commission. 33 states that they are done with communication and action regarding relocation of the shed. They state that the issue has been settled by the town administrator and an unidentified appointed member of the Board of Selectmen. I ask that you investigate that. During that, they had a list of their complaints of the actions of your Conservation Commission, one of which was claiming elder abuse by the Conservation Commission. So we're up to 2020. The Conservation Commission did a stop work order on spreading of dirt and loam. On 7/9 of 2020, the Mass DEP environmental complaint against 35 was filed online for non-permitted shed, planters, spreading of dirt, filling in wetlands, cutting trees, and brush. On 7/20, an email to Conservation Commission from an abutter to 33, additional encroachment into right-of-way with dirt, cut logs, reflectors, and cones is now taking place. I will skip ahead to 7/27/2020. According to your conservation minutes, Mr. Wigglesworth read CMR 10. No person shall remove, fill, dredge, or alter any wetlands. The meaning of alter was then described as cutting trees, shrubs, grading, and any kind of shed. Owners at 33 have put loam and seed, removed shrubs, and cleared an area. They were issued a stop work order. Your commission reiterated that 33 has done alterations, and it was told to them several times that you considered those infractions to be alterations. You also stated that the state would expect an enforcement order. You also stated this area should be returned to its natural state. Ms. Cirillo motioned to issue a detailed enforcement order. All in favor was the vote of the roll of that time of the commission. 8/17 of 2020, your minutes complaint that a complaint was received about 33 putting a dock in. The dock had been enlarged since this complaint was lodged, in case you weren't aware of that. On 10/7, we, the owners of 35 Loveland, received a defamatory personal email from 33 related to our neighbors on Loveland Road, Ms. Overholt, and the Webster Conservation Commission. I ask that you investigate that as well. On 10/18, 33 responded to Ms. Overholt and in writing stated that this is not a dock, it is a deck. Ms. Overholt has confirmed with me that decks over water are not allowed, that it needs to be for access to the lake. That is not what's happening currently. On 10/22/2020, email from Ms. Overholt has the quote that supports what I just said. On 23rd, again, regarding the deck that they had installed, again, they noted the shed and planters and that all of these violations are showing a disregard for local board authority. Mr. Wigglesworth added that there is a serious concern of emergency vehicles not fitting down the narrow road because the planters are obstructing the roadway. The fire chief has spoken to the owners at 33, that was at that point, and they did not remove those obstructions. We jump ahead to 2021. I'm almost finished, I promise. On 6/28/2021, we had a meeting with Doug Willardson regarding concerns about 33 Loveland Road. He said that he had a very large file and would be glad to share all of the information as part of a public records request. I then went online and I messaged with Ms. Overvalt and with Mr. Carver that I was doing a public records request for everything within the town of Webster. As of today, I have not received every record from every department, but some were very, very quick to respond and to fulfill my request for all those documents. On 8/23/21, an email from Ms. Overvalt to the CC and others. 33 Loveland has applied for a building permit for a pellet stove, which I have stopped in our department because they have 2 enforcement orders with the Conservation Commission. The owners at 33 have called the town administrator, and the result we will discuss later. That's my commentary. Ms. Overvalt also stated that 29 Loveland had an outstanding order as well, and when they applied for a permit for new windows, which would be equivalent to applying for that pellet stove, that permit was held up as well. And then the response from 29, and this is opinion, I don't blame them, was that they did not believe that they were being treated fairly when 33 has outstanding issues as well. Skipping down to 8/26, email response from Ms. Overall to 33. It was following our discussion on Monday, August 23rd, we had agreed to meet again on Thursday, the 26th. You instead went to town administrator and stated that you were waiting on information from me, and that was not true. You were then given your permit for the pellet stove by the town administrator going around the authority of the Conservation Commission. 8/27/2021. You should have received a letter from the town administrator, which I have a copy of, that strongly recommended to you that any enforcement orders be rescinded. I strongly object to that. On 8/30/2021, I took the next step and met with the building inspector, and then I had a video call with my attorney and with the building inspector. That conference call is noted on 9/9/2021. Then we skip down to rationale for my actions, and this may not be on Mary's copy. Oh, it's there. Okay. I quote from the Massachusetts Environmental Agency website. Whoever violates any provision of this section shall be punished by a fine or of not more than $25,000 or by imprisonment for not more than 2 years, or both such fine and imprisonment, or shall be subject to civil penalties not to exceed $25,000 for each violation. From your guide talks about the maximum penalties under the Clean Water Act when in force, and potentially to develop the filing of any legal suit against the owners of 33 Road. It lists some of the reasons for those things. And then I go on to action items that I have a public agreement tonight that the commission will work moving forward with me to rectify some of these issues that have been going on for way too long on Loveland Road. I'd like a formal municipal environmental audit to be performed on land at 33 Loveland Road, and that the owners of 33 have the expense of said audit. I did notice Margaret Washburn on your communications this evening, and then there was another expert that was in the the Lake Association presentation. So I know that there are local experts available that would be able to do this. And perhaps some of you commissioners yourselves, I know that this is your background, so you could actually by law perform an audit of anything that I need to do. I would like to do so forthwith. So if you scroll on down to officially establish that a pattern of non-compliance has existed with 33 Loveland Road, Webster, Massachusetts. I'm requesting formal actions to be taken by the Conservation Commission against 33 Loveland Road, including but not limited to fines, injunctions, or civil suit. There are some descriptions of patterns of non-compliance that I listed, and I state thank you for your time. I have put together another document regarding the interpretations of laws and regulations that I will forward to you commissioners probably tomorrow, because it's getting kind of late. And you have the authority to implement the Wetlands Protection Act. You not only have the authority, you have the obligation. And I think that, as was referenced a few times this evening, and this is opinion, this is not from my public records, you understand that things are changing and that the Conservation Commission is more crucial now than it ever has been before. So I, for one resident and property owner in Webster, stand to support you as a Conservation Commission in your actions. I've watched you for a few meetings now, and I see you very willingly work with property owners, make suggestions to them, and so forth, that I would, hope that would be the same way that I would be treated. And I don't understand the practice of something takes place and then someone comes before your commission and says sorry, and they apply for an application at that point. So that's an overall picture of things that I would like to get changed, in addition to the actions that I'm requesting from tonight's document that was shared and that you do have in your emails that came from Mary Overholt. I think that something needs to change in relation to the strength of this commission having to change. I think that all property owners need to start doing things in the right way as well. That is, make clearance for whatever actions they're trying to take prior to taking those actions. That is a reasonable request. It is the law, and I'm not trying to be a pain. It's going to be more work for all of us, I'm sure. But just like we saw on the application for the set of stairs, you got, dug down in there and said, even rocks on the shore. Everything makes a difference. And if we don't uphold the authority provided by the state of Massachusetts to the Conservation Commission, then I think we will all be in trouble here around Webster Lake. And I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Well, let's, as a commissioner that sits on this board, and one that has been around for 4 years now, I have been someone that has, since I got on the board, been very vocal in looking to get compliance and safety in check down there. I'm someone that works with regs consistently on a daily basis, and I understand them, and I know what the value of conservation is and what the power of this board is. Unfortunately, a lot of folks across the Commonwealth don't realize that a conservation commission within a community actually is in its own way a sovereign board from the rest of municipal boards. In the the capacity that, if you look at just the chain of command, all of our documents and everything go directly to the state. They don't go to the select board. They don't go to the town administrator. Everything, our bosses are actually the state. Whereas a lot of the other municipal boards, their bosses are the select board, town administrator. So, that's where a lot of that, unfortunately, a lot of disconnect in the past has happened in the last few years. And, you know, I've spent a good amount of time, and I'm sure Mary will tell you, trying to educate people in town hall as to, you know, the seriousness of, you know, infractions of the Wetlands Protection Act, but also the commission's role it plays in protection and as well as enforcement. And, you know, I mean, we're not, you know, we're not police officers. We don't patrol and go around. You know, a lot of things are actually caught in the moment. But I, for one, if I were an abutter, and even, you know, me in my capacity as taxpayer of town, I mean, the law applies to me, it applies to everyone else. And one thing that I think that we have gotten better at as a commission and as an authority with the Wetlands Protection Act is trying to have a level playing field for everybody. Whereas, you know, some boards, they tend to be, I hate to, you know, not boards within the community, but, and everyone has their own opinion, but the board that I sort of inherited was just, at one point, it was just sort of a rubber stamp board. And a lot of commissions, unfortunately, in the Commonwealth are that way because they don't understand their authority. And they're afraid of not being reappointed for doing the right thing. You know, I mean, it's right here, it's out in the public, and I think that what has gone on in your neighborhood is, I mean, it's awful. It really is awful, and it really upsets me that you know, that these residents are not here tonight to face their neighbors. They're not here tonight to discuss with us what's going on and what the concerns are. And we have identified issues on that road. And, you know, we have done the proper chain of doing enforcement. And, you know, just every time we do an enforcement phone call and everything, we just go to the town administrator. Right now we are without a town administrator. We're just with an interim one, but we need the backing as a board. I mean, it's you know, we need the backing of the residents. We need the backing of our officials in our town hall to be able to bring compliance, you know, with a lot of there's other violations within the town. You know, I have to, you know, apologize. I mean, we're due enforcement. I don't necessarily blame you as a direct abutter, and I don't blame you for anyone in that neighborhood with concerns and, you know, having, you know, if you were to do something on your property, we would expect you to do, you know, at least make a phone call to the board. And that is just, you know, it comes down to just the basic respect of the community at large, whether someone sits on a board or whether they're your neighbor. I mean, you always want to do right by your neighbors. And you know, one thing that I can commit to, and I can openly say that I can commit to it, is you know, I mean, the board it's been, you know, we've had it on the agendas before, and you know, talk about the next level potential, what we can do to either work. It's either you work with us, or we got to go to that next level and take it to the district, the central district environment, you know, DEP office in Worcester. That will be the next level to bring about hopefully compliance. So you brought up all sorts of violations, and I have been one of I'm sure you've read the minutes. I've been very vocal about what's going on down there. I think it's inappropriate, and every commissioner has their own opinion, and we can, what you do, unfortunately, when you kind of cross over to that, I'm part of the municipal board. I mean, I can certainly take things to, to the DEP regional office, and, we can, as a board, discuss the next level of getting these folks compliant. But, to even have them here tonight, I mean, it's, every time we ask them, invite them to come, you set yourself up for disappointment. Do I think that there are things wrong down there? Absolutely.
Mr. Wigglesworth, may I make some
Yes,
comments?
absolutely.
Okay. Number one, apologizing is not an appropriate thing at this point, because this is not action from the Conservation Commission that I am contesting. Things have gone on that impacted your authority. That is my focus right now.
Yep.
We have a Conservation Commission. They need to be empowered by the local officials. If you would entertain me for just a moment, if I could ask Mary to play videotapes that I supplied to her. Mary, are you able to do that?
The tree cutting video.
Yes, ma'am.
Let me see here. Give me a minute.
Yep, there were 2 of them.
Yes, I think you sent them Friday.
I'm not sure when I sent them.
Okay.
I don't know whether or not the commission might be interested in who was doing those tree cutting as well.
Yeah, I was gonna watch to see if someone could be identified.
They're identified. We know we know who did the cutting.
Mr. Kirsch, I'm not offering that information to the board this evening.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Okay, now, could I finish what I was saying? Thank you.
Couldn't
Mr.
hear you. You
Secretary,
were muted. Yes, please.
for that timeline, because like I said, as you might understand, sometimes it's difficult for us to see the entire picture of something that's gone on for so long. So,
Exactly.
So that timeline, I missed what you said at the beginning. Are you making that available to us?
Yes, sir. It can be used. There's actually a specific term. Let me scroll back here.
It's just that we went through.
Official chronology of events is your first step in pursuing action against infractions.
We went through it rather quickly, so I, for one, would
Yes, sir.
like the chance to go through it a little more slowly.
Yes, please. And I'd like to state,
Thank you.
that to all of the commissioners. I've supplied so much information tonight. There's no way that you can digest it this evening. So I can actually get on to your next agenda to discuss further, or we can communicate through the agent at your request as well. Mary is going to broadcast 2 videotapes that were taken from my property of brush and tree clearing. You can see trees taken down in the distance. Might be the next one, but this is about cutting of things that had been taken down in the property. And when you are able to investigate and determine who is doing that cutting, I think that you'll understand my major concerns here.
But was that this summer?
This is dated of July. Let's see, I don't have that right in front of me. It was July 2nd. I can look that up if you'll give me 1 second.
But it was this year?
No, I think
No.
this was 2020.
Did I list it on there for you, Mary?
I'm not sure that you did, but I'm thinking that's when they did all that landscaping work.
Okay.
Here's the second video.
I'm still looking up the actual date of those videos.
Oh, wait a second. I didn't share the second one. That was the first one again, right? All right, I gotta.
Well, Mary, can you do me a favor? We can see, obviously, this is 35, which is the
Correct.
is it Micitarian?
Micitarian, just like vegetarian.
Okay, Micitarian, sorry about that.
That's okay.
Can we look at a GIS overview?
Oh,
Would you
yeah.
mind bringing that up?
Yep.
So that we can get a view over. I think you've got it up in the background maybe, or that's my computer. Just so that the public as well as the board can see.
Just take me a minute here.
Not a problem. And I'm pretty sure at where this where 35, 33, that whole stretch of land, folks, I believe if you do the 100-foot buffer on both sides of where the wetlands are, they're on your entire property is under the jurisdiction of the commission. So resource area on one side of the street and then the resource area on the other. You can't get away without, even everything that is in the street as far as that fencing and all that other garbage really is, I mean, you can go out on a limb almost and saying that's dumping in a wetland almost, because you're putting, you're putting unnecessary items in a wetland area, or within the area of jurisdictional overview of this board.
I have not presented the information at this point, but I do have photographic evidence that the orange fencing that is placed along the right-of-way in that area has torn apart in the past, has landed in neighbors' driveways and in the right-of-way in front of their homes. And I also have photographic evidence that those posts that are dug into the ground have been knocked over and that fence is actually sitting in the right-of-way.
So, Joey.
Yes.
Frequently in conversations, sometimes people get challenging to me about conservation, and then their answer, well, what are you going to do about it? But isn't this, given we have such community support and individual support, when someone is, and again, I think it has to be a commission conversation to educate just how many things were not done and making sure that we have jurisdiction, because you have a plethora of things that we said they can't do and then did, and this one said this. But if we are absolutely right, isn't it time we took it to that next step as a commission and say, this is what we can do? Either find, either finds, I don't want to have any law, I mean, on some level, these people work like we all do, but I mean, we have to support our commission, because like I said, I get challenged a lot, and what are they gonna do? It's a little volunteer conservation. But I think this way, given we have right now a whole neighborhood support, and even someone who's willing to go through, take it to the mat with an attorney, as I don't know. It just seems like we're being made fools of as a commission.
Well, I think that, I mean, you hit the nail on the head there, Robin, is, in my opinion, and this is just my opinion, it's on their part, it has become a laughing matter. And it's amusing. I mean, it's so disgusting. It's amusing.
Well, and again, I talked to Doug that day, and he just said, I just wanted him out of my office. You know, I mean, he didn't mean to, he really didn't want to hurt anybody. He just had enough and he was leaving.
Absolutely.
So,
And all
you know.
you are looking for is respect and compliance. And
Okay, and if I were to continuously, like you see these shows, you know, where a neighbor continuously takes the flowers out of somebody's garden, eventually the police come. It's no longer, I mean, how, you know what I mean? It just seems like, unfortunately, there has to be a stronger response at this point. And I don't think sometimes we're taking that seriously, but given the neighborhood is so fed up, I just wish they would, because I don't want to see anybody hurt. I don't want to see, you know, these two ladies. I've never, you know, and then there's a gripe of what's their land and what's the state land. It's supposed to be very, very controversial underneath this whole thing. But, you know, if we give these things for the betterment of Webster, of the lake, as you know, I'm very passionate about. I belong to every group for the betterment of the lake. I don't know. It just seems like you gotta really put your foot down, or because you got a couple bucks, and that's the other outcry. If you got some money, you know the right people, you're gonna get away with this, this, and this. Maybe this is the issue that we really have to go to the mat with the people on Loveland. You know, I don't know.
Mr. Chair, may I respond?
Sure, go right ahead.
Dr. Jewell, I hope you weren't feeling that I was trying to make fools of the commission.
No, I'm just saying if someone's violating, because there's a couple of other instances where I've seen on the lake, it looks like they did the work that we didn't give them permission for. And you know, I like I said, I wouldn't even call what I have for Webster Lake a passion. I'd call it more of a bloodline. So, and again, I'm redoing my wall, and I've got to do it just the way it should be done. And I've made, you know, we all have learned that, like with the Lake Association, they did things one way, it was okay for years. Now it's not. Now you got to straighten up and fly right. We got a communication that's going to be better. It has to be better. But they're not going to be able to put anything in the lake. But this is another more personal example. And like I said, if all your all the times that we said, no, you can't do this, and it went up anyway, you know, I mean, there's certain, these are wetlands laws. I mean, what is the next step?
Well, the next step would be that we discuss this as a commission. I would probably recommend that we go through, particularly since some of you, you know, Robin, Dan, Hayden, you know, you haven't been on the board, you know, that long to really understand and see how we have tried to enforce, we have tried to work with them.
I can't use the elderly thing. I'm heading up on Route 66 next week. So the elderly accusation ain't gonna work right now with who when you got me on the board.
So, I mean, we have, you know, I mean, we've done, you know, the letters, we've gone the appropriate routes, and in my opinion, you know, we try to get them to the table at the next meeting, and if that doesn't happen, you know, I think that we should discuss going to the next level, which would be getting the state involved in this, you know, as far as, you know, I know that there is a dispute, a land dispute, and, you know, that part, you know, I mean, if you know, that's kind of a tricky part, Elizabeth, you know, because we need to, you know, there would need to, you know, I don't know if you've had your land surveyed. I think 31 may have had their land surveyed, but you know, if both of you were to have your land surveyed and were to have that, you know, brought to us, then what we, you know, probably could do is there could be a measurement between the two pins, and you get an idea of how wide their property is on, you know, on one side. But it's that, where, you know, where the placement is of items. And I mean,
Mr. Chair.
the big picture is it's all within our jurisdiction, and there should have been, you know, they should have been working a long time ago.
Mr. Chair, a lot of the communication, including some that I've presented in my package tonight, has been about this supposed land dispute, either between neighbors or between them and the town of Webster, between them and the state. You hit it on the head that this is about the buffer zone in the wetlands.
Yeah.
And that construction and all of that alteration has taken place within the buffer zone of the wetlands, and that is under your purview. So my goal of being here tonight is to support you. And as I stated in my statement, I will demand that you move forward on this. I will provide resources. I will help in any way, shape, or form. But unless you tackle this, I have worries for the future of the Conservation Commission, because it is a very well-known series of events around those folks that live around the lake that 33 is an issue, and it has not been dealt with. So I thank you, Dr. Jewell, in saying that perhaps it's time for us to step up. That is what I am requesting of the Conservation to work with me to do so.
Well, I'm not quite sure the legal capacity of working with a resident as a sitting body. That would be something. I think what you have done with putting the chronology together, and, you know, obviously we have, you know, the resources of, you know, Mr. Tallerman, who is the town council, for us to see what the best method of getting, you know, getting compliant. And that's what.
Mr. Chair, the conservation agent has already consulted with Mr. Tallerman, and that is in the documentation that I have in the public records request. So, you know, it's just a question of you deciding what you will be doing moving forward with all of the information that is available. It's either in the package that I presented tonight in Ms. Overvolt's office. There's extensive documentation of these issues. And it's not a question of you reinventing the wheel. A lot of this has already been done for you. And I wanted to supply it, like you said, in the chronological order, so you see just what a big issue is involved with 33 Loveland.
Commissioner, any input, concerns? I would suggest that we, you know, Michelle, you've been around longer than I have, so you've been a part of the board and its decisions along the way. So, you know, looking, but sort of reviewing this chronology and refreshing as to where, Mary, I feel like we have more than 2 enforcements on this property.
Looks like it.
So
Yeah, it sounds like from her thing, there must have been enforcements issued earlier on. Yeah.
2017 or 16, which was before me, slightly before me. But Beth, I think you're looking to be on the next agenda.
Well, I could, Mr. Chair.
As well.
However, I am a little reluctant to the Conservation Commission giving more leeway to folks that are not showing up to meetings, and that has been the history. There's been return notices to the commission, return notices to the town. So I'm a little uncomfortable with you saying, oh, well, let's just wait and have a sit down and talk about it. I think my documentation proves that you have tried to do that over a period of several years. And again, I agree with Dr. Jewell saying you got to take a stand, and it might just be time.
Joey, what about if we, at the next meeting, had after the public hearing, we discussed it privately using Ms. McGatarian's information, plus other information that we know of. we have a private meeting amongst ourselves at that point, because I agree with her again. I don't mean to sound like, monkey see, monkey do here. But if we're just gonna be blown on, again, this is again my issue again, some of the constructive criticism of the commission. Next week. We've kind of had, it looks like 6 years of next week.
Yeah, we've given them opportunity after opportunity after opportunity to get in touch with us. And I'm sure, as you've seen through any kind of communication, there's always, we're just asking them to come to a meeting and talk with us. And
Well, even what we could do with that is even have a final letter to them. And
that's where I'm kind of going with this. Is I think that we need a letter to go to them this week that says you've got this, and you must come to the next meeting to discuss your current RDA, but also to discuss outstanding business with the commission. Having, I think it'd be pertinent to say in that letter that you need to come with, an idea of the remedies that you're gonna have to do. Not us to figure it out. It's up, it's up to them.
Some of the issues that have been said to me in the past, well, I can't afford an engineer, so I can't go through the NOI, this, that. It doesn't seem like any of this applies to them. It's a matter of cost or a matter of, you know what I mean? That some of the valid things when we ask people to get more information.
It's when it comes to economics with folks, it's not a matter of economics. This is a matter of just downright, when it comes to any municipal board within this community, it's just disrespectful. Disrespect for our elected officials, disrespectful for appointed officials, and people that have been hired for this community. I can't, part of my stress and frustration was, I would tell Doug if he was here on the call. Really should have, we need the backing of town hall, occasionally. And the other boards, I feel sometimes, they're there a little bit more sometimes, and for the other boards. And then, we started taking the actual approach of, making sure that we're doing things by the regulations. And for so long, we were kind of smacked on the hand and talked to and pulled into meetings about, trying to explain to us what our authority is when we were, we knew what the authority was.
This might be the case that would be worthy of pursuing, because like I said, we have such strong support by the neighbors that if the powers that be in the town of Webster would blow us off, this could be the example, because we're getting, it sounds like the street has had it. So, and this could be our kind of pivotal point to say, yeah, we can do things about it. We don't want it. We want to work with, and this is why I've said, with builders and stuff, we want to work with you. It's not, we want people to build on the lake. We want people to enjoy the lake, but it's also 2021. Now, I don't know about anybody else, but they didn't put my outhouse out there because we don't build outhouses. Everything changes with building homes. They're not little shacks, they're bigger houses. And that's fine, but they have to have regulations. But this could be our point when people say, yeah, you're not going to do anything, that, yeah, if you push us too far, and I don't know how much farther we could go without being off the cliff in this particular case. So I don't know. I've heard a lot about this street.
So I'm sitting back and I'm listening, and I get to a point where I feel like we need to be definitive. Right. We need definitive steps, things that we're going to do, things we're going to list out for them, for us, things we're going to look into. We're being asked now very adamantly to look into very specific issues. So let's, as a commission, commit to it. We're here, We're gonna back you, Liz. I mean, having this all put together is a dream come true because it would have taken us months to pull this all together.
Yes.
And this is one of those days when I'm happy to be a commissioner. I have to tell you that there are weeks when I don't know why I do this because it beats us up every day, all the time, and especially on Saturdays. But today's a day when it's like the fire gets lit and it's like, we got to do something. So I'm for, let's all commit to reviewing this material and let's come up with definitive steps. Not maybe we can, maybe we should, but what we can do, how we can look into it, and the things we feel like we just can't touch. I don't know that we can touch that the road is too narrow for a fire truck because it's sort of not anything we're a part of.
No,
right?
but like as I mentioned, the other angle of it is stuff has been put in a jurisdictional area that should not be there.
Agreed, it's ours, we'll take it. But let's commit to reading it and coming up with definitive steps. Before we write a letter, before we do anything else. And I don't mean just the next step, I mean the next 3 steps.
Right.
If it doesn't happen by this date, what do we do next? Because I feel like we've gone around this bend several times with dates and enforcement orders, and then we get pushed around and we just stop because we can't take the next step.
Or we get busy. You know,
I think-
we are a busy commission.
I think Michelle is correct. We should approach this with a plan, not a letter, but a plan. If the plan includes sending a letter, we need to know before we do what happens if the letter gets ignored. We need to. The other commissioners know what my attitude is a lot of times, but my attitude also is we know what we can do. We should have a plan to do it. And if one thing doesn't work, we should know what we're going to do next because it's time we did something about this.
Right.
If I can interrupt for just one moment, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Kirsch, go right ahead.
I think it would behoove the commission that they just, for their own information, take a ride down Loveland Road, view what 33 has done to the property. It's a shame. And right now, it's not as bad as it's been because they don't have their orange fence up right now. It's not laying in the road. They don't have bars that are in the way for people to drive. But it's bad enough to take a look and get an idea of what we have been living with. This is not something that happened yesterday. And I'm fairly new to the area. I've only been here for 5 years. But I've lived with them for 5 years. And there are neighbors who have been here a lot longer who have put up with what's going on here. And it's time, take a ride, take a look.
Now, there was an issue in Newton years ago where a house was being redone for like 7 years. I mean, scaffolding and blue tarp. And the neighbors got together and they get an ordinance. You don't have, 20 because it doesn't look nice for you, but a limited amount of time to fix your house when you've got, the time limits. There's definite reasons for that.
Yeah, but this is not what you're talking about. This is
no, in addition to.
This is obstacles in the road.
Okay. Yeah.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
A couple of things. I wanted to share the date of the videos that I presented as evidence. It is July of 2020.
Okay.
July 2nd, I believe, was the exact date. And I will leave it up to you to investigate those videos. A couple of notes. I would not be satisfied with asking the residents at 33 to sit down and have a talk with you. I want to go on record that I am demanding action and I will support the action moving forward. I think it's great plans that you have to discuss and to lay out some steps that will be taken. And the other thing that I want to make note of is you are seeking the backing of the town in departments, in the selectmen, so forth. But I want us to focus on, you have the backing of the state.
Oh, yeah.
That is an important issue. And I think some of this silliness that has gone on, maybe small town stuff, I don't know why the things have gone on, but it needs to be stopped because you are empowered by the state. And all of us need to recognize that. Oh, and also a couple of the comments I wanted to relate to too. Anything that is not applicable within your purview, I want you to know that I am taking parallel actions for some of the other things that are happening on our road. Environmental issues are not the only, I guess, agenda that I have.
Gonna be a busy lady.
My son is going to inherit my property and I'm a mama bear. I'll just leave it at that.
Mine too.
Joey, I'd like to ask a couple of questions about the property line survey. Elizabeth, you said you had your property surveyed.
Yes, ma'am.
Did the surveyor actually lay out the line opposite the line that is along the lake? Like, do you
like
do you
into
know?
the wetlands, you mean?
Yeah.
I believe it would be marked off on the 2 points and then a line could be drawn between, but I really don't own much of anything beyond the right of way.
Okay, but
If that answers your question.
so there are like markers there so that you can pretty much get an idea of where your property is on the wetland side.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then I think I heard Joey say that he thought maybe 31 had a survey too. Is that true?
Yes, 31 has been to us in the past, and actually when we're out there, probably about 2 years ago now, Michelle, we just walked the street, did observation, made, you know, we each made personal notes, and we have discussed that resident, and they showed us their pins.
Okay, so the pins on the wetland side.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm at 31 Loveland.
Okay.
Yeah, so there is a registered survey on file.
Okay.
And I remember when you came down, since they've graded the road a few times, the pins are basically in the middle of the road.
Who's speaking?
Brian.
Brian. Oh, hey.
So yeah, the pins are in the middle of the street. They're probably under about 3 or 4 inches of dirt that the town put down when they graded the road. But if you drew a line from Liz's point in the northeast corner of her lot,
to
the pin that's in the middle of the street on the northwest corner of my lot, basically would be what 33 owns.
Which I think your lot, you found that your lot didn't go as far across the right of way as you thought it did. It ended in the middle of the road, right?
Yeah, correct. Because if you look across from like just after where the shed and everything is, like there's no land across there. So you could tell that land at some point was filled in. And I think we discussed that when we made a presentation maybe a year or 2 years ago. We've made a few presentations.
Yeah, there's no doubt. Just in my professional background, looking at that area as flat as, and just looking, I've been stood on that property before with them, observing that area. And you know, it definitely has had some fill over you know, a long stretch of years. So so I mean, I think not I think, but the dispute, Elizabeth, is obviously there's more than just the land dispute, but the property across the way there is listed as the Commonwealth. It's not town, it's actually listed as the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. So around Webster Lake, because we're a Great Pond, that depending upon how the wetland is situated in that particular areas around the lake, you could have, some areas belong to the town, some areas are privately owned, and then some areas are Commonwealth of Mass. And, regardless of whether it's Commonwealth of Mass or whether it's someone else, you can't file on somebody else's property without their signature. So, if they were to file, say for, I'm going to use the shed, for example, they were to do a filing, they would need to get the state's signature. So, and the state would be like, hey, you're on our property. So, I think, you can kind of, read between, lines here as to probably why there hasn't been a formal filing and why, there's been this sort of, tag you're it, and trying to bury this issue. Because across the street, it may not even be there. It could be could be the state's property, and that is what, it's known throughout the community and throughout town hall, and, just a lot of hearsay.
Chair?
Yes.
If I can comment on that, I'll go back to a comment I made earlier, that at this point, it doesn't matter who owns that land.
No.
It is within the buffer zone, and that is under your purview as a commission. And I would like to support you in moving forward with, following through with your duties of preserving all of that land.
Yes. All right. So commissioners, you have heard Elizabeth's and seen Elizabeth's and will receive Elizabeth's chronology. We have heard from other residents on the street. And of course, there's a lot to review. So I am in full, I think that, we should support our residents and, do what we can on our end, and uphold, the act. So with that said, I think that we should take between now and next meeting to review everything. Any questions, I would recommend that you solely send them to Mary. If there are any items that you would like to review, if you would like to review the exact enforcement that we've taken, Mary has all that stuff on file. So we should, as Michelle said, we should be, ready with a plan for the next meeting.
Just to clarify, Mr. Chair, are you
Yes.
talking about, I'm assuming maybe somebody has to make a motion here, but would it be a plan of action that you're requiring of 33 Loveland Road?
Well, what we would need to do is, I want the commission to be able to have time to go through all the public records and look at enforcement actions, and if they want to review letters and all of that information, which is quite a bit. Mary has been good, keeping the board informed with communications, from, the residents. But if the commission reads, any member reads through your chronology report there, Elizabeth, they have time to, look at anything that might be in question or ask a question.
Mr. Chair, if I could also add, that chronology was built on all of the public records that I am in possession of. So out of the 700 and some odd pages, I culled it down to what was pertinent. So I would be glad to put together some kind of file that could be distributed to the commission, so you could see the actual documentation behind what I used to develop this timeline.
Anything that could help the the board, Elizabeth, and I mean, of course, you, as you said, you have some parallel items that you are seeking beyond what the act and what this board is capable of. So, you know, any kind of, as I always say to anyone in the public, you know, you see something, say something, bring
Yes,
it, bring it to the attention of a board, whether it's our board or another board, and, you know, please, you know, don't just, obviously, this is something that we can't ignore anymore. And not that we've ignored it, we've just tried, every angle to get, enforcement. So with that said, Michelle, do you want to sort of clarify what, your, I guess, sort of, a recommendation and maybe in the form of a motion for our next meeting so that we can roll it, you know, roll it out?
Oh, sure. Let me see if I can come up with something. I make a motion that the Conservation Commission commit to reviewing all the timeline and documents that have been submitted to us related to Loveland Road and develop a plan of action to move these problems, to move a solution forward to these problems. The plan can include actions taken by us and actions that we require from residents on Loveland.
And I would just add to there that I think probably between now and next meeting, a consultation with our partners at DEP Central. Because, you know, I have, you know, I know everyone that works in that office, so I can talk with them. And see if we can have, you know, see if we can have their assistance.
All right, I made the motion.
Right, so can we, all right, so Michelle's got a motion here. Do we have a second on this motion?
Oh, is that Robin?
Robin, you're muted.
A second.
All right, Dan is second.
Okay.
All right, so we have Dan, we've got Dan, we've got Robin, we've got Michelle, we have myself. We've got a quorum here for moving this forward.
Do you want me to do a roll call or was that it?
Yes, why don't we do a roll call?
Dr. Jewel,
Yes.
Ms. Cirillo,
Yes.
Mr. Duto,
Yes.
Ms. Johnson,
Yes.
Mr. Brown,
Yes.
Mr. Wigglesworth.
Yes. Unanimous.
Thank
All
you
right.
very much, commissioners.
Thank you to all the residents in that area, and we'll see you hopefully at the next meeting. And anything that comes up between now and then, please obviously contact our office. All right, folks, we need to move along here. Do we have 891 School Street ready yet, Mary?
No, they're not here.
Okay. 195 Lower Gore Road, I believe this was Glenn and yes. Oh, I believe it was Omar. Is that right, Omar? Okay. So Omar, do you want to update us, or is Glenn representing you?
Yes, Glenn.
Let's see.
I believe we may have just lost him.
Give Glenn a minute, maybe he's muted again.
Yeah. Mary, maybe keep an eye open for Glenn.
Yeah.
I think he dropped himself, accidentally dropped himself out.
Yeah, I don't see him in here necessarily, I don't think.
All right, so Omar, why don't, I mean, do you feel comfortable, you've obviously met with Glenn?
Say that
Or
again?
you've met with a professional?
Yeah, I met with him here.
Okay,
Let me call him. Give me 1 second.
okay. Mary, can you see if Glenn's in the waiting room?
No.
He don't answer. I don't know. I don't know.
He killed his battery.
Yeah. All right, Omar, why don't you, see if you can get in touch with Glenn? Why don't we take the next item and then we'll circle back to you, okay?
Okay.
Talk with you. So at this point, I'm gonna call up LKQ for Old Douglas Road. Want to discuss the condition, that is on there, the stream monitoring condition that we put on their amendment, from the last time we met with them. So, I want to, thank, Greg and, Daryl. I see the two of you on here, for hanging out. I know it's been a long evening. So how are you doing?
We're doing good. We're excited to discuss this proposal with you guys, and hopefully we can come to an agreement tonight on a path
Okay.
forward and begin our stormwater improvements.
All right, so, so you have a question about the stream monitoring condition?
Yes, we have this letter that we've written is essentially our, you could consider it our, we called it the proposal letter or our offer in response to this condition that was in the latest amendment that we received. The specific language of the condition we felt was overly broad. The site is as you guys know, it's a complicated hydraulic site. We know there's an issue with sediment there that we're, the whole purpose of us designing stormwater improvements and doing smart lead restoration is to take care of it. There was some discussions that this would be, the purpose of it was some type of early detection system. That, kind of seems to us to be a little bit overly broad when we know that there is already an issue there that we're trying to remedy. There's some issues, some concerns with the implementation of such a system. As you guys know, there's the unnamed tributary as well as Browns Brook in this area that come together. In order to implement that, there would probably be, multiple monitors and multiple locations would need to be set it up to, really accurately do this in order to get an ambient reading on what is coming in to our site and what is leaving. Its proximity to the main access roads, lead to security concerns and people tampering with them. So there would need to be some type of fencing or, containment system for them. And the monitors that, would be required to satisfy all these parameters that are listed in this, they're an exorbitant amount of money. You were talking about $50,000 per monitor for that type of sensor those type of sensors, the suite of sensors that can monitor all of these things. So this letter to us is in response to this, and what we're essentially offering is to monitor the stream for suspended solids in 3 locations, one upstream of Browns Brook before it enters the site, one, in kind of right outside the LKQ door there, and then another one downstream. And then we would report those results back to the commission. That schedule would be once a quarter on the same general schedule as the EPA testing that they already do. There's some technology out there that we've thrown around as far as what type of monitor we would do. It would most likely be something that would be collected and sent back to the lab, and we'd have the results within a day or two. I think Daryl is on the line, and he can talk a little bit more about the turnaround time of it. But that, in a nutshell, is our
So you're looking to,
is our
so,
thought.
so basically, in a nutshell, you're looking to, you want to override the monitor in the stream and just take samples and send the samples off 4 times a year.
That is it in a nutshell. There is some capabilities that we could purchase, some sensors that we're willing to discuss that would be more of a simultaneous reading. That would be more of a kind of a digital display that you would then, just take a reading, and then that could be, something that's a little bit more, real time monitoring. But like we said, we know there's an issue. I'm sure it's common. I'm sure it's common that there's complaints about, turbidity in the stream, and that's why we've been in front of the commission for the last 2 years here with this proposal to try and implement some of these solutions. So
I mean, I appreciate you coming before us and working on this, working on solutions. I mean, the idea of the stream monitor was to try to make it easy for you folks. But if you're looking to be the environmental professional that is sent out there to do a collection sample for, each quarter for a 5-year period, so that we can get that these could start immediately, so that you get sort of what's going on now, post, during development, post development. That's the important thing, is the post. We want to see what's going on now, what's happening during the construction period, and then post development, which hopefully would be a 4-year period. Maybe a little bit less, maybe a little less because of development. That was the idea on putting that in there. So in my opinion, I think that there really isn't a major difference between having a monitor in there. I wouldn't think that, there are kids in that area, but I don't think that there would be someone that was in that particular area that would be looking to tamper with any kind of property. But, if the rest of the board is okay with doing samples every quarter, and you said 3 different places?
yeah, it's kind of split between the page that Mary has now, but they're described in bullets there.
Okay.
Yeah, there it goes. The first location is on the upstream side of the culvert that conveys Brown Brook under Old Douglas. So Route 16 and Old Douglas split kind of at the facility there. The Old Douglas Road split. There's a culvert that goes under. That's before any runoff from our site enters the brook. Then the other location is kind of just downstream of their main driveway there. There's an outfall pipe that drains their detention basin. There's a culvert that runs under their driveway. So a sampling point would be just downstream of that culvert there. And then the third, just downstream of where the Browns Brook comes together with the unnamed tributary, which would capture the other 2 outfalls from the other side of the site. So essentially 3 readings in 3 different locations where we can kind of get a background reading on the brook, kind of in the middle reading with one of our outfalls in, and then one where we're also looking at what's coming out once Browns Brook combines with the unnamed tributary there from the trunk railroad.
Okay.
My concern, Joey, is I feel like maybe the monitoring shouldn't just be once a quarter. Maybe we need to set up some parameters about storm events, shouldn't be just on a specific day, because the problem is after a storm, I think. So I don't know how you'd set that up, but.
Yeah, Mary, there's to address that specific concern. There's some language in here that we wrote that the multi-sector general permit has some language in it that's specific to the amount of storm events or, a qualifying precipitation event is the terminology there. And I think it's, it's any storm that produces a significant discharge. I think the specific language of it is up a little more, just above those 3 bullets. Yeah, so just above where 5-year period at the same intervals, once a quarter, is a sampling program already in place for the facility that is required by the current EPA NIPD's multi-sector general permit. So it doesn't necessarily list, or there it is, and be representative during a measurable storm event in compliance with the monitoring requirements of the multi. And that I think that requirement is it's 72 hours after a storm event that produces a significant amount of runoff.
That's an extremely vague. I mean, you're talking about our condition being written in a vague way. That's extremely vague. A measurable storm event, is that a 1/4 of an inch, or is that a 2-inch rain event?
This is defined by the EPA. It's not our definition. It's the EPA's definition. I have it right here. Measurable storm events. It's section 4.13 of the 2021 multi-sector general permit. You must conduct. It says you must conduct all required monitoring on a storm event that results in an actual discharge that follows the preceding measurable storm event by at least 72 hours, 3 days. The 72-hour storm interval does not apply if you are able to document that less than a 72-hour interval is representative for local storm events during the sampling period. In the case of snowmelt, you must conduct monitoring at a time when a measurable discharge occurs. For each monitoring event, except snowmelting monitoring, you must identify the date and duration in hours of the rainfall event, rain total in inches for that rainfall event, and time and days since the previous measurable storm event. For snow monitoring, you must identify the date of the sampling event. So you are correct, Mr. Commissioner, in that it doesn't prescribe inches of precipitation in that specific definition that the EPA has come up with.
So,
I would also say that there are times of the year that the brook runs brown, that the brook is, frozen, that there will be times of the year that, that the sampling will just be not possible with the conditions of the brook in that area. There are times when it runs dry.
well, it's certainly not running dry this year. I can tell you that.
No, absolutely not.
Last year, it probably, everything was not even running last year. So in my opinion, I would say probably a measurable amount of stormwater would definitely be a 1/2 inch and up. I can't remember off the top of my head. Mass stormwater standards, I think, has some language in there that says, certain measurable, and I think they give an actual amount in the stormwater standards.
Yeah, I think that amount that
Mr.
you're
Chairman?
referring to is the 1/4 inch of rain is required for some of the, it's more related to the erosion control inspections on the site every,
Well, I mean, you have to look at it. I mean, you obviously have to do this, for the MSGP and for EPA. So if we were to do four a year, and then, say you guys, maybe three to 6 storm events that are, you didn't catch it for this past, storm, but say we ended up on next week having a 1/4 inch or 1/2 inch rainstorm. You guys grabbed a reading off of that. I think that, in my opinion, I don't think that that's, a bad thing. Because it kind of creates that variability. I mean, say you do the every quarter, you do it the first month of every quarter. It could be different when it comes to different rain, precipitation events. I mean, what do we think about that? I mean, there's definitely four times a year, but say that you choose an additional 3 events to monitor.
I mean, that sounds like a reasonable request. Make it 7 events a year that have to
Yeah,
be
I
of
mean-
a precipitation event of half an inch or
Yeah.
more of rain.
I would say half an inch, you're gonna get some good flow off of there, over there. So.
Am I unmuted? Hello?
Hey, Daryl.
Oh, hi,
We can hear
Daryl.
you.
Hi, thank you, thank you. I'm sorry, I've been trying to chime in. I apologize, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
I just want to chime in that we're kind of self-covered by the rainfall amount. What Greg is talking about is a measurable storm event, but what he also talked about is that it has to form a discharge. Our retention pond that we have on site doesn't discharge under a light rain condition. So it would have to be a significant rain in order for us to get a discharge from our detention pond. So when we're talking significant storms, I'd have to measure anyway, just so I do get a discharge. I'm not going to discharge on a rainfall of 0.1 of an inch.
Okay, so what would you say would be, an applicable, I mean, what are we looking at for a discharge event? Because we need to come up with some parameters if we're not going to do the stream monitors.
Well, exactly. I mean, the parameter is it must discharge. And that's, I mean, if I'm not discharging, I'm not adding anything to the lake. So,
Oh, yeah.
Could that be, right? So, is that a half an inch? I don't know. It really depends on when my outfall discharges, when the water level reaches that level. So to give you a half of an inch isn't kind of realistic, because we could have a half an inch, but if it hasn't rained in a long time, and like Greg said, there are times, you're right, not this year, but in recent years, Browns Brook has been dry. So if my water level goes down to a point where I'm not discharging, I can't say that I'm going to be able to give you a measurement at a half of an inch or even an inch of water. It has to rise to a level of where it actually discharges through my outlet. So really the parameter has to be, we have to be discharging, or you're not getting a good sample anyway. If I say I'm going to measure at a half of an inch of a rainfall, you're really not getting my discharge.
Okay. So let me, so how would we want to, how would we want to have this essentially phrased within within the order? So that
to say that we will, I'm sorry.
So we're doing
to say that we would sample once a quarter, measure a discharge once a quarter, because that discharge means that I've had a significant rain event. It's not going to be just a simple 0.1. So if we could just say I have to measure a discharge once a quarter, that will give you that parameter, that heavy rainfall that we're talking about.
All right, so so we need a measurable
Joey, I would suggest that we put a range and say, if we're going to do 7 times a year, that at least one of these storms should be a 2-inch or greater storm, because it seems like we're always getting them nowadays. So that, because it's the more severe storms that end up being the trouble.
Yeah.
And obviously, if there is no 2-inch storm, that's disregarded, but I doubt that that's going to happen these days.
Well, I mean, our climate is definitely in flux, whether you believe it or not. I mean, we're going to see longer drier periods, and we're going to see wetter periods. It's just a known scientific item. So, but let me just throw this out there to the rest of the board. Are the rest of the commissioners okay with swapping out the samples for the stream, swapping out the stream monitors for the samples?
Yes.
I think it's fine. Karen, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I think that's reasonable.
Yeah. And, a measurable event, per quarter. And then, say any 3 other times during the year.
But you can't say a measurable event. I think that's what Daryl's trying to explain. is that
Yeah,
they have to have a
I feel like there
discharge.
needs to be some sort of parameter with that.
Well, I think that was what the language that, a measurable event that causes a discharge.
Right. So Joey,
Yeah.
I know you're looking for a number, but
Yeah.
imagine it's a bucket and the bucket isn't full, so nothing discharges. It doesn't matter what the rain event
Exactly.
is. If nothing comes
Of
out,
course,
then it doesn't
yeah.
count.
Exactly. It could be 2-inch rain and not discharge. And then it could be a 1/2 inch rainstorm and discharge.
Yeah, and in my opinion, I think it's also, it's important to know, it will give us, an idea of what rain events are going to cause these discharges. And if there's, these rain events that we're seeing that are 1/2 inch to 1 inch and, the LKQ facility is not discharging, that's something that we're going to want to know too. So that's good news, if you will.
Agreed. If you get track what the rain event was and whether or not you discharged, it's going to teach you what can be handled by your solution.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's also important to remember that, LKQ does certainly discharge to this Browns Brook, but there's a lot of other land upstream and there's a lot of other land downstream that contributes flow to this brook, as well as the unnamed tributary that drains into it. So, it is probably will be common for there to be storm events that, are causing measurable flow in the channel itself that we might not be discharging, from our stormwater facilities too. So I think that all that language just only helps to define, those parameters, the 7 times a year, during, after a precipitation event that causes a measurable discharge. Mr. Chairman, did we decide that we wanted to put a precipitation amount on there, in inches of?
Well, I think, Daryl has a point. I mean, if you got, I honestly think that anything that is 2 inches or more, you're gonna end up with a discharge regardless of how big your detention basin, is.
Yeah, absolutely. I think 2 inches might not give us 7 events.
Yeah, that's a lot of water. And you especially, look at, we got 1 inch in 12 hours? And look at all the destruction on the roads in the area. So it's been a very wet season, but you could have a dry season and still produce some sort of discharge, even if it's a 1/2 inch rainstorm. It's a lot of water.
Yeah.
So measurable discharge. And I just want to, commissioners, can we should probably get a motion here that we're, all okay with, dropping the stream monitoring and just having them go out and sample. Because this is a change in the conditions that we put together and voted on as a board.
Mr. Chair, with just one more detail before any votes. The one other important piece of information to make sure that we're squared away on is the parameters that we're monitoring for would be only the total suspended solids. Is what we had stated in our original proposal.
And so I think the original had asked for a lot of things.
Yeah, we're, pH, nitrites and phosphates. I think temperature of anything, aside from turbidity, I think temperature is really important. Because there are scientists that are looking at that, and it's, we're trying to find out whether that is a potential cold water fishery, So I would say temperature is important with that. The others can be influenced from stormwater runoff. Temperature can, stormwater runoff can also influence temperature, but The other is you're more likely to have come off of somebody's lawn when it comes to pH, nitrates, and phosphates. I would say temperature and the suspended solids are definite.
Why wouldn't you keep the same parameters?
Right.
Well, there are, just the land use is not, is not conducive to any of these other things that would come off. Nitrates and phosphates, like Joey said, are typically from a farm agricultural perspective. There's no, there's no risk of any dissolved oxygen. There's just no risk of any of those other parameters really being, an issue that our site would be causing. We clearly know that, there's some sediment in the wetland that we're cleaning up. There's obviously some, suspended solids that have been in the stream. I think that's obvious from visual observation. So in our opinion, the only, real parameter there that would be an issue that we would be causing that related to our land use would be the suspended solids. And, like the chairman said, if, the commission would prefer to have temperature in there to help with some other, classifications of the cold water fishery, then that's something we'd probably be willing to concede to.
Commissioners?
Temperature and suspended solids.
Okay. Michelle, go ahead.
No, I was gonna ask for clarification, but Dan already gave it.
Yeah, there we go.
Yep. All right, so temperature, suspended solids, measuring 7 times a year. 4 definite, at least 1 per quarter, and then sort of 3 at, I think, random events would be pertinent, so that you kind of get, you can sort of see where there's the potential variability there. Commissioners, any other anything else with
I just want to clarify, it says, I think 72 hours after the event. Why wouldn't we do it like right after?
That, Mary, that's the definition that the multi-sector general permit from the EPA gives for a measurable storm event. So
Okay.
this was written up in such a way where we were still thinking we would just, go with the same frequency that's required by that. But I think we've since
I think
hashed
20,
that out.
I would say within 24 to 48 hours after the event, because you're getting within that first 24 to 48 hour period, you're getting a lot of your runoff. You're starting to get a lot of your runoff. Everything's going into the into the pond, and then you're starting your discharge, and that's when you'd really somewhere kind of in the middle. I mean, you might get a little flux at the beginning, but somewhere in that middle period there, you'd want to probably test it. I mean, we're obviously giving you some leeway with this and not saying, no, you need to like really test at this time when, really being specific here. So I would say within the first 24 to 48 hours post an event, you need to have that sample taken and tested. Karen, any other? Aiden, you guys still with us?
No, I don't have any other comments.
Okay.
No, I'm still listening.
All right. And I would, I know you're looking at EPA, but I would check Massachusetts stormwater standards if you haven't already. And look at, see if there is something within the stormwater standards when it comes to discharge for industrial industrial activities. Should probably cross-check that too, Mary.
Okay.
Just to make sure that we've at least got because Massachusetts could be a little bit more stringent than what the EPA says. And if it's more stringent, then you would need to follow the Mass state water standards.
I don't believe that the Massachusetts Stormwater Handbook has any requirements for, testing or stream monitoring in this capacity. The section that you might be thinking of is their requirements for land uses with higher pollutant potential, the LUPL requirements.
Yeah.
Those are things that we've already been through and addressed the stormwater standards in our NOI filing. So that's already all been addressed. But I can follow up on that and double check that there's nothing else in there.
Just to make sure. But I mean, you've obviously, we'll do a run through and we'll check with the rest of the board, but I'm pretty sure that we're all set with, swapping out the stream water, monitoring sensor and doing, this route, instead, which is obviously, the condition that you're looking for in there. But I mean, I want, you guys have been fairly reasonable with working with, so I mean, we're obviously both ends are making concessions here. So, all right. So with that said, commissioners, can we get a motion here to drop the stream, stream monitor that is supposed to be within, we were looking for in the brook, and doing 7 tests a year on measurable discharge from their facility at their locations that they're looking at, which I think are reasonable.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second.
All right, Dan, Michelle.
Ms. Cirillo.
Yes.
Dr. Jewel. Maybe she left.
I think we lost her.
Mr. Duteau.
Yes.
Ms. Johnson.
Yes.
Mr. Brown.
Yes.
Mr. Wigglesworth.
Yes.
Okay. And Robin is gone.
All right. Greg, if you could, so that we can just kind of get this LKQ all wrapped up, and I'm sure you were looking to get it all wrapped up. Maybe contact Mary on Thursday.
Okay.
I think that's bad. Is that when you're back in the office, Mary? Thursday. Mary can also just, check on some stormwater standards language, and see what we can, come up with to put in there. But, I hope that this is, all, reasonable on your end.
No, I think it is. I think it's a reasonable kind of meet in the middle here.
Yeah.
We understand the concerns of the commission. We understand that there's a desire to get this cleaned up, and we're on the same page as that, and we're really looking forward to just getting the progress moving, or getting the project moving, and we're confident that our improvements we'll see some improvements in the results coming off of the site.
Does Daryl, do we know when you're looking to begin development on that? He might not be able to.
No, it's okay. I would say if he unmutes, I'll let him speak more to the details of that. But we've been in talk with HJ Sepatelli, and I believe have I think Daryl's unmuted here. Daryl.
I'm here now. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Yes, we can.
Okay, yeah, Greg was right on track as usual. We are in touch with the Sepatellis, and we've signed a contract with them. They're ready to go, and Matt Sepatelli has been in constant contact with me, just looking to to put this little last piece to rest so that we can get moving forward.
Okay, great. With that said, make sure that you reach out to Sepatelli reaches out to Mary before you guys start any work. Mary has to do the erosion control walkthrough. So I just want to make sure that you guys saw that on the order of conditions. That's the first step in the process. So.
Yep.
Will do.
He's well aware. We've been talking about next
All right.
steps, and that's the first step, pre-construction conference with Mary.
All right, sounds good. Thank you so much for your patience, and of course, we've got other large scale items on our agenda, so I appreciate your patience.
No, thank you guys. Good.
All right.
Have good luck rest of the night. We'll be in touch along the way. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Greg. Thanks, Daryl.
Good night.
All right. So do we end up with Glenn coming back so we can take care of this final item, 195 Lower Gore?
195 Lower Gore is still here, but Glenn
Yes.
is not here.
Omar, how you doing?
Hi,
Did you get in touch? Did you get in touch with Glenn?
No, the phone is
Okay.
off.
Okay. Do you
Well, you
happen
know what?
to?
I think I can, Glenn did talk to me on the phone.
Okay.
From my understanding, he's proposing that he supervise the excavation of the fill. And the question kind of before the board is, do you want an engineered plan, or are you going to be okay with Glenn's kind of, I don't know whether he's offering to do a sketch or something, but
I think, what happened here was, expanding a property, encroaching on a brook, and didn't quite realize that they're in a jurisdictional area. As long as Glenn is supervising the removal of the fill within the bank, and Glenn probably talked to you that, you probably have to plant some stuff back there. And then set up, I think it's important that we set up and put some bounds in that property in case the property changes hands. Like say in 6 months, you want to sell the property because you're moving. Next property owner will know, hey, I can't go beyond here. So, just to give you an idea, you obviously have responded to, the letter that we sent you notifying you that, you basically are, within a jurisdictional area. And you're working with a wetlands professional. So those are two steps that are so important. And I have to tell you that I appreciate that. So, I would probably.
I think there needs to be some kind of filing though. And then I think Glenn did have a planting plan in mind. Is that right, Omar? So with some.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So we're gonna need to put some steps in here. So I would probably send you down the NOI road for restoration. So, and we can obviously, Glenn will talk with Mary. And, Glenn is really good. He's been doing his stuff. I'm sure you heard for 2 hours that Glenn knows his stuff, and, he's a professional that is very well, respected. Glenn actually knows too much, to be honest with you. So
He's a good man, I'll tell you.
yes, he really is. He's very understanding. He's very passionate, and I have to tell you, he knows exactly what we look for. He knows exactly what the commission does. He knows the laws, and he knows the science, and that's the important thing. So, with that said, I will, we'll obviously have to. We can't do anything about this tonight, but we'll have to. Glenn, I think a sketch would be perfectly fine. We don't need an engineer to go in there and do this and do that. Glenn can do a sketch and say, coming back, 5 feet here or whatnot. We're gonna put in some loam or whatever, reset some rocks, and throw in, you know, these particular shrubs and call it a day.
Sounds
So,
good.
but, you know, that's, you know, I'm kind of sort of layman, you know, there, but we'll put together, or you know, Glenn will work with you on getting a list together for us, and then we can, you know, get you filed and then make, you know, approve it. So, but between now and your filing, don't do anything near that.
No, not at all.
Okay.
No.
All right.
Okay, thanks, Joe.
Thanks. Have a great night.
Thank you. Yeah, take it now.
Take care. All right, Mary, you want to run through your report real quick? Did you have one?
I did send one out. Let me see if there's anything on there that's really important.
Any pressing matters?
Well, it seems like the paintball thing we should talk about at some point as a discussion.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Yes, that's in there.
Tonight as a discussion.
That neighborhood, really, you know, on both sides and then across the street. Yeah.
Yeah, that can wait till next meeting. I
Yeah,
think.
yeah, we
Not
can
late.
definitely,
Do we want to pull that one out as a discussion though? Paintball and hood.
yeah, you know, I think it's really important that,
I did find out a little bit about the enforce of these trucks here, this action
Yes.
on this property. It is under a nuisance property kind of violation right now, and they're supposedly working with the town to clean things up. It has not been going very quickly.
I think Hayden died. He's back now.
Yeah, so that in the town, a few people I talked to in the town said if we wanted to come behind them and also put a letter out from the Concom, they would appreciate it.
You know, with what we just went through on the meeting with Loveland, you know, this is another old issue that has been there for a long time. And the plant, I can remember probably 5 or 6 years ago when they did the nuisance bylaw. You know, that was one of the properties, and the stream runs right through that old garage. And I can't imagine if we were to do stream monitoring there and check out what's going on, but I think that we really should look, and we don't need to make a decision tonight, but look to maybe discuss at the next meeting, doing enforcement and saying, hey, you know, everything that is in the brook and everything that is 200 feet from that brook needs to be moved. And, you know, I can guarantee you that, you know, that's an old garage site. It's been around forever. And there are definitely contaminants that are in that site. So they're gonna need to work with us. But you know, and then of course the two other properties across the street that run along the brook, you know, those are encroachment issues, which could probably be easily rectified, and then paintball is just gonna have you know, they're gonna have to fix what they dug, but they had a water problem. So, but the other items are not negotiable. But that's just my opinion. Did I just see Dan with Pirates hat on? Anyways, anything else on your report, Mary, that we should probably?
Nope. It's not a complete report. I did not get everywhere.
Anyway, I'd love to see seasons.
Did I miss Rowena? I don't know if I missed 31 Rowena.
No, we didn't talk about that because we knew that the person wasn't going to be here.
Yeah, Doug said he wasn't available tonight.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, I would just volley that one back to him and be like, what are you gonna do? What's going on near the water and what are you doing to fix it? Plain and simple.
He's got a lot of sediment all piled up along that wattle at the water line. You know, because part of the slope sloughed off and went right on top of the wattle.
Yeah, I haven't been there recently. I was there like after 2 of the storms. Has it gotten worse, Karen?
Yeah, because I was out looking at it when I was on my boat, and yeah, there's a lot of sediment piled up on the wattle.
Okay.
Well, I would, Mary, maybe give him a call and, you know, you obviously know what our concern is there. You know, I would demand an answer. Tell him the commission wants an answer. Why was that cleared? What's going back there or what's going there? And fix the problem now. Otherwise, next meeting, this is another one. It's been on here. Just straight enforcement. I mean, enough is enough. You know, you try to be, you know, you try to work with people and, you know, give them the benefit of the doubt or, you know, for a mistake or a hiccup. Everyone has them, but, you know, it's just, you know, constant. And it's the same issues with the same people. So that's my input. I don't know if anyone, you know, if anyone feels differently. So. All right. With that said, thank you all. I know this is another lengthy meeting, but I knew that the Webster Lake Association and 33 were going to be, they were going to be long. So please review and look at when you get a chance Elizabeth's items, and if there are any questions, definitely feel, you know, reach out to Mary, you know, or you know, or me.
I don't think he received them yet.
Yeah, no, I think she emailed it this afternoon, ended up running away from me. I did not forward a bunch of emails on that came to me.
So we don't have
Mr.
any.
Chair,
Yes.
I will also supply, unfortunately, it'll take a lot of copying, I think, to get it to the commission, but all of the evidence that I used when I put together that timeline. That way they don't have to go through the 700 and something documents that I did.
I have to say, I mean, you know, number one, thank you, Elizabeth. You know, it's unfortunate. It's this very unfortunate, sad situation, and the fact that you even had to waste your time doing that. You know, so but we're definitely moving in a different direction. So with that said, I, you know, like I said, I want to thank all of you. And if there are, you know, if there's anything you need, reach out to Mary. Be kind to her. She works minimum, you know, minimum hours, and she does this amount of stuff. I want to thank you also, Mary, for what you put in into this whole puzzle. So with that said, can I get a motion of adjournment at 10:30?
I will absolutely make that motion.
Thank you, Clarissa. Thank you, Michelle. And I would assume that this is unanimous.
Yeah.
Wish everyone a great night, and I'll talk to you soon.
Night. Thank you, guys.
Good night, everyone.
Take care. Thank you.